Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is the 15th day of Juno, or June. It's 2025 on the ancient moon calendar. And when we say 2025, just see it in Roman numerals in your mind. MMXXV. That 2025, not any fake fraudulent corporate 2025, ancient 2025. It's 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar. Islam to our Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. It is 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and yes, Yoruba are Moors too. And the oldest nation of Yorubas is on this land at North and South Carolina. And it's millions and trillions and trillions and millions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. Our calendar actually started before time. Figure that one out. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws. As stated by this Holy Congress, this is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and ego sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is light to jury bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, sovereign, natural, divine, living, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide, Article 3, Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient, Article 3, living, United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. And our system is the trustee. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. And we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So the first thing that we will to state is happy, 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 holy Patriarchs Day to all of the patriarchs whom we love and adore and honor, our emperors, our nobles, who are just our pride and joy, really. What the matriarchs did is we came together in the beginning and we said, how can we make our existence even better? And so one of the matriarchs said, let us go down and make man in our image, after our likeness. And when we did, our world, our universe, our solar systems have never been the same. It's been better and better and better and greater and stronger and more loving, more prosperous, more powerful, because our patriarchs, our nobles, our emperors are here with us. And for that, we are so grateful. We're so grateful. And we absolutely just adore and love and praise, and you're everything to us, just so that you are aware. Islam, we love you so much. You are everything and more. How did I do? Did I do good? Islam. So let's go ahead and unlock the Congress so that we can can speak and meet with one another. Islam. Nobilities, to all of you, you know, we could go all day with the praise for our patriarchs. We could just go all day. I will say this: you all have been so good to us since day one, since from the day we birthed you. You've been just amazing to us and good to us, and just, we could go all day about you. We're just grateful for you. We're glad that you're here with us. And it's just an honor, really. There are none better. Islam. Are there any, is there anyone else who wills to wish their patriarchs, the patriarchs, any of the empresses who will, to give the patriarchs some love today?
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Happy Patriarchs Day to all the fathers.
Islam.
Islam.
Indeed.
Islam, well given and well received.
Justice Atiba, yes. Thank you all. We just love I could go all day about the patriarchs and just how much we just ooze all over you with love and all of that. We just love you. Islam, you are everything to us. So let us start with our first topic about the capitalized value of an idea. By the way, we do have one of the other governments is here today at our domicile. And so we're so grateful to have the Deputy Marshal for the United States of America Republic government here visiting with us. He's right now with my consort out. They're out doing some things out there. But we're so grateful to have Deputy Marshal Prince Ali here. And you all will get to meet him in just a little while. So with this, our first topic, and this is so important because we're always talking about systems. And we're going to prove to you right now why having our own system is so important, okay? So I have a question for all of you. How many of you, and this is going to seem like simple questions, but the system is huge. How many of you know how to fry chicken? I know some of you don't eat meat. We get it. But just for the sake of this topic, how many of you can fry chicken?
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, yes.
Islam.
Islam. How many of you know how to make hamburgers and tacos? How many?
Islam.
How many?
Islam.
Okay. Out of all of us and all of our mothers and all of our fathers, who knew how to fry chicken and make hamburgers and tacos, and I'll just use those three as an example. Why is it that in the previous era, none, not one, no matter how well we could cook, not one of us got rich off of frying chicken, making hamburgers, or tacos? Why is that? When all of us knew how to do it, all of our mothers knew how to do it, all of our fathers knew how to do it. Why is it that that's a everyday something that people can do, but that why is it that none of us got rich off of that?
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
It wasn't our specialty. We didn't specialize that part, you know. So we specialize in our culture, in our customs, and being us, you know. We make food as, you know, a love language. We share food, we make food, we give food as one of our culture customs. It was never a thing that we, you know, created to make wealth off of, just like our gold in the streets and the silver on our necks and things. It wasn't something that we would, you know, look to capitalize on. It was just something that we just did as, you know, a love gesture.
Okay, so many of our brothers and sisters and our mothers and fathers knew how to do that, but the system from the previous era, because some of them even started their own restaurants, but the system from the previous era was not going to let us all get wealthy off of that stuff when fiat was involved.
I was going to say that.
Empress Chief, you know what I'm talking about. We all knew how to cook that stuff enough that other people would eat it and be like, oh, this is so good. I'll come through your drive-through. Islam, Empress.
Well, they also copied. You know, when we would do things, they would also preclude us from moving forward with it.
Yes.
And then the next thing you know, they would take that particular idea, product, and then they would become wealthy off of it. So,
yes, indeed.
I mean, if you think about the fact that we were the original merchant, commerce, trade, all of those things were ours, so it was part and parcel of our existence.
Yeah.
To grow things.
Yeah.
To magnify things, and so.
Yes.
Islam,
Empress.
when we would bring our idea to a third-party interloper to start a business, such as making chicken or cooking food or something of that nature, the third-party interloper would say something like, you know, we have enough chicken places, you know, what else do you do? What else do you do?
Ooh.
And so, you know, our idea,
Mm-hmm.
you know, would never get taken off the ground because we had someone telling us that we couldn't do it.
Right.
You know, or there was enough of those around. What else do you do?
Also, Empress Karima and Morris, I knew many business people coming up in Montgomery, Alabama. I knew many business people. And of those business people that I knew, the small business, quote unquote, small business association and all of that would either not give them a loan so that they could enhance their business, or they would piecemeal them little by little, little by little. They would just give them a little bit here and a little, just enough to put them in debt, but not give them any more.
Islam
nobility.
It seems as though during the last era, those things were always leveraged against us.
Islam. See, Justice Atiba, you said something very important there. You mentioned us being able to capitalize off of things. See, that previous era was not going to let us capitalize a bunch of things when we were the capital in that enactment. That previous system's capitalism enactment was made so that we would be the capital and not the capitalizer. That's why. So even when you think about people like Oprah or John Johnson of BET and all of that, they still had foreigners over them being their CPAs and being their being their lawyers and enacting being their accountants and things so that they could control the capitalism. That's why we could not prosper overall in that previous era. Islam and Prashasha.
Well, I mean, and again, adding to what you're stating, it was a debt system.
Yes.
So no matter what, and as you mentioned, Oprah, you could never create wealth, become wealthy. It could only be the illusion of it because it was debt anyway.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, Prashasha, thank you for that. I will to introduce briefly the deputy marshal. I don't think they can see your face. The deputy marshal for the United States of America Republic government. Deputy Marshal Prince, would you like to have a few words before we continue our discussion?
Sir. Greetings, everyone.
I have him on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Islam, just move backwards.
They can see you. They can see you, nobility. You just have to move.
Sit down in the chair. Now we see you. Islam.
How's everyone doing today?
Islam, we're grand. Thank you. Happy Patriarchs Day.
Yeah, we are well.
That's right. Happy
Patriarchs Day,
Patriarchs Day to you.
Nice to be with y'all today. Yeah, I'm just visiting. I'm actually leaving today. Yes, I'm from the United States of America Republic. We're out in Chicago. And I used to live here probably for about 3 years, but I guess I'm going back home. But I pretty much travel all over the country. So I'm just here visiting Empress and seeing how y'all do things out here.
Yeah, Islam. We're so grateful that you're here, nobility.
I like that.
Yeah, it's been an amazing.
Islam.
Yeah, he's been here for about a week. Well, you've been here all along, really, but a few weeks from our perspective, from us being able to get to know who he is. And we're just grateful, very grateful that he's here, and that he could be here with us in Congress today. So,
Islam.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Indeed. So what we're talking about is how many people could do things like cooking certain foods, but none of us got wealthy. Our mothers were great cooks, but even the ones who started businesses, they never got wealthy from it, because in the previous era they would use 2 or 3 of us as it's kind of like the token or the pawn to get the rest of us thinking, oh, we can do what they did. We can be like Oprah, we can be like John Johnson, we can be like whoever else. Even all of those that were doing business as basketball players, professional football players, and all of that. None of them were able to actually keep a business up and going into the millions and millions to where it got to be in the top 5 of the Fortune 500 companies. None of them were able to do that. Magic Johnson came close. There were a couple of others who came close, but they never made it to that top, not even the top 50 of the quote-unquote Fortune 500 enactments. But that's because we were the actual, in that enactment, we were the capital. We were not the ones who were supposed to be over all of that. It was debt. It was a debt system. So no matter how well you could cook, no matter how well your mother could cook, they could start a restaurant and wouldn't get beyond a certain level with it. Whereas the one that they called Colonel Sanders, all he had was a chicken and an idea. Or a hamburger, McDonald's, and an idea. Or Wendy's and an idea. And because of, listen carefully, because of their bloodline, come on now, they had a modern bloodline, the system was going to support them all the way through. Islam.
I thought it was interesting that Colonel Sanders looks a lot like the character Uncle Sam.
Yes.
And so now Uncle Sam is the top in making fried chicken. That's crazy, Islam.
Yep.
I yield.
See, those are not coincidences at all. Those are not coincidences. And then those were mechanisms by which the fiat circulated. That's what it really was. And what did they do? They took recipes that our mothers and our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers did all the time, came up with. They adopted them and changed them just a little bit. And lo and behold, Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, Wendy's. And I don't care how many hamburgers we made, they could make just as many and create a franchise, quote unquote. In the enactment, it was because it was just an enactment.
They called it the secret recipe. I wonder what was the secret. You got it from my grandma?
Right. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, Islam
interest.
I just realized. Oh, because what you just said, they didn't want. We couldn't be the money launderers. They had to be the money launderers.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why we couldn't do that, because we were the true honorably noble people of the land. They were the true creditors, and a true creditor can't be a money launderer.
You know, Empress, I'm so glad you stated that, because those people that were doing business as Colonel Sanders and all of that stuff, they actually had to be the ones to go to the Federal Reserve and get the quote-unquote money. We couldn't go directly to the Federal Reserve because we're not persons in reality. And the Federal Reserve is for all capitalized black ink persons. You see how capitalism was their savior? Capitalism was a debt mechanism. Chicken, someone put something in the chat saying the chicken isn't natural along with the cow. They're both natural when we grow them. But that's the same way as it is with money. Money is natural when we do it. But we have to create it. Real chickens and cows don't even look like the stuff we were eating before. Not really. You can tell the difference. So now that we have done all the beautiful work that we've all been doing, the real chickens and cows and all of that is being slowly introduced back into the supply line. The organic foods, the natural foods are being introduced back into the supply line. Let me just show you quickly something that I saw on the internet just yesterday. There are videos and things out there saying that gold is back and so on and so forth. If you'll look on the screen, it says gold is back. This is what they've been saying. Even the subjects in the office of. They're saying that gold is vindicated. Gold is back. The things that we stated previously are manifested, but we knew that. We knew that that was going to happen. We all knew, because we did the work to make it manifest. Yes? So, with that being stated, yes, Empress Shasha says natural chicken was actually foul. hens and cocks or roosters. Yes, indeed. See. And it's being slowly introduced back into the food supply. Islam and Cynthia.
I heard something interesting the other day. And it was from the acting governor of Florida. And he pronounced that gold and silver is now lawful money of exchange. We know better than that, but this is what he said. And he said, and it begins July 1st next year. And I thought, shouldn't he say the whole date instead of next year? So it sounds like he's talking in codes again. And I know we've had this conversation about their acting as if they're, I guess we've said complying with the law with the law here. But I thought it was very interesting that he did not quote the year that in his, I guess in his law, which is not law. How do I say this? Anyway,
in his enactment, because he can't really
so-called year that they were pronouncing that law of money, and I thought that was really interesting.
So he can't say the year. It's actually that, because in reality, if he said the real year, he would have to say 1776. Because gold, it has always been money. So it's in his best interest not to say. And that's why we don't put too much emphasis on what they say, because there's only so much they can say at their level of understanding. We have to tell the truth of the matter. We speak the truth of the matter. We must.
And they have to say it. So it's what I'm looking at, I've been talking very well. So I get to see the actual transition happening, coming from their mouth. I enjoy that. Excuse me. Yeah.
Islam. We enjoy it too in Cynthia, actually watching, seeing the transition happen and watching how they answer to that, because they have to answer to us about all of that. And that's their way of answering to us. Empress Chatali, you were saying something a little while ago, but I think you and Empress Cynthia came on at the same time, so we didn't get to hear you.
Islam, I was saying they didn't want to incriminate themselves.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. Because if he said 1776, then what does that mean for, even when he thought he was acting as a governor? What does that mean? Why wasn't gold the money then for him and them in their enactment? Why not? That would incriminate. But did you know that he doesn't even have the authority to incriminate himself? We actually have to say a court action and call him a criminal before he can even be a criminal, because that's a title too.
Yeah, and he's afraid of that. He's afraid to say that will catch wind, and next thing you know, he's in court.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So this is why our systems are so important, because even the simplest thing, salt, a burger, some fries, or whatever else, vegan foods, vegetarian foods, the simplest things can go so far and grow so fast with us because we have our own system. Just like we've seen with our saltwater minerals and things of that nature, is the demand is already there. It far outpaces what we can produce right now. So it's not a matter of even money, because everyone has the money to buy our saltwater minerals, because we all created the money. And the gold is already, first of all, the gold is us. So there's nothing you can dig up out the ground that's not made of something that's in our bodies. So let's make that clear. We're the gold first. We're the gold that talks, that speaks, and walks and moves and thinks. We're the gold with consciousness and intellect and knowledge. So, you know, if you're a Moor and you don't have a bunch of little gold coins, worry not. You're the gold first. So you're still extremely wealthy. All of our mothers and fathers knew how to make all types of foods, but not one of them got wealthy from that basic knowledge due to the enacted system of the previous era. So whenever rappers would go on television and talk about stacking chips and, you know, making it rain and all of that, that was just to plant seeds in our minds that somebody that looked like us did that when they didn't even have it either. We know the rappers didn't have that money, quote unquote, because it wasn't even real money. It was the system. It was the system, the enacted system. That's why we couldn't, as smart as we are, we couldn't just be wealthy. We were smarter than all of those quote unquote millionaires put together in that previous system. Just one of us is smarter than all of them put together. But we could not prosper like that in that system because that enacted system was not meant for us. Islam Justice Mo. Chief Justice Mosey, did you have something?
No, I don't know why my mic went off. No, Islam.
It came on, so maybe the spirit was telling you to say something and you just wasn't ready to say it yet.
Okay, we'll check with spirit and I'll get right back.
Islam Justice.
Islam.
So, a man and some chickens, a woman, Wendy's, and some hamburgers. Well, how about this with our system? A woman and some healing herbs, a man and some herbal hair and body products, a woman and some healing salt minerals, a man and some dried leaves that are medicinal, some tea that is dehydrated and put in some water. How about that? How about that, Moors? Do you know that one small, simple idea can make us supremely wealthy right immediately because it's our system? Empress Shasha says we are doing it. Yes, we're already doing it. I already know. I feel my wealth here. I feel it already. I know it's here because I touch it every day. But you all have to do so too. You have to do so too. Because see, when we start doing what we're doing right, what we've been doing, we're just getting more people involved. When we do that, the spirit of lack has no place in our daily lives. The spirit of lack, you won't even feel lack anymore. When you just send out 1 or 2 items every so often, you won't even feel lack anymore. The spirit of wealth and abundance in every area of your life manifests as you demonstrate the estate, the wealth that's on the land. Go out and get some pine needles and dehydrate them and chop them up and put them in a little Ziploc bag and label it, and then use our mailing process to mail it, to send it by way of the post office. To just gift it to someone or use our system of dollarium, gold, and silver, commodities. Because did you know that's a commodity also because it comes from the earth, from the land? Islam. So now here's some things to think about. Who has more wealth? The farmer or the Wall Street executive who monetizes the farmer's crops monetizes the farmer's market that he sells the crops at, and monetizes the loans that the farmer took out to make all of his commerce happen. Who has more wealth?
Islam.
Islam.
Well, if the farmer is the one who has the land and then does the farming, then he has the wealth, because we had discussed in the past the difference between wealth and riches. And so wealth is something that is never ending and accessible at all times, and the executives are banking or building riches, which is, subject to market and all kinds of different things. So my answer would be absolutely that the farmer, who is the landowner, would have the wealth, or have more wealth, as it were. Islam.
Islam, and it seems like that is a unanimous position that we've heard thus far. Islam.
If you've ever grown food, you know that Mother Nature always gives abundance. But you get the combination right. I mean, it's more stuff than you could ever, consume yourself. You gotta either package it and freeze it or can it, or, to slow down, the gift that you get from Mother Nature. Give it to the neighbors. You don't need the Wall Street instruments to survive. You can't eat Wall Street instruments. So the farmer is the true rich person of the planet. Islam.
Yeah, Islam. So, Islam, Empress.
And adding on to that, when we look at the former era, the old era, the fiat instruments, or the fiat was created, the fiat became the food. Or, because we were the capital, we were really the farmer, we were the wealth, because we own everything, the resources that were all in the land. So the fiat, in capitalizing us, they took us, or in the enactment, we were removed from the land from the position of farmer. The fiat now became the farmer, because we had to work to get the fiat. There's just no, it's the wealth, but there was in the enactment, they were attempting to replace food, land, everything with fiat, and make the fiat the wealth, which is really an illusion. Are you?
Indeed, Islam.
You can't eat fiat, but we were working in order to have fiat to go get food.
Yeah. Fiat was kind of like a third-party interloper between us and the food, to be honest with you.
It was.
And between us and the land,
And between us and everything, because if it all belonged to us, and then with the capitalization, we became the surety for something that already belonged to us, and then the access to the actual living energy of those resources was removed.
Yeah. In the enactment.
And it's real in the enactment. Yeah. And it's real food, life force is energy.
Yeah.
Real food, not packaged. What I mean to say, processed. But you know what I'm saying? Because the apple, the mango, the leaves from the trees, those things that are healing and nourishing have life force. That's energy.
Yeah.
Islam, are you?
Thank you, Empress Shasha. Empress Shernette put something interesting in the chat. She stated that fiat facilitated convenience. That is correct. That's true. That's true. It made it so that we didn't have to go out into the field and pick what we grew. we could just go to the grocery store and get something really quickly and come on back and do whatever else we were doing.
Islam,
Empress.
but you had to give up so much of your time to get just a few of them. So it really wasn't a win-win for us, Islam.
Yeah. And we're not by any means defending fiat. That's why we did the work we've done is because fiat is not, debt notes are not, that's not how we do things. The farmer definitely has the actual true wealth, and then the quote-unquote Wall Street worker is creating resources from the source. Okay? And, I'll say this just so that we are all aware. Fiat debt notes were really not to trick us, because you can't trick us. It's impossible to trick a Moor. It's impossible. Because either way it goes, it's all going to work for our good anyway. Now, what did fiat do? What did debt notes do for our good? It made it so that things became so scarce that we said there's got to be a better way, and then we started looking around and saying, wait a minute, we own all this stuff, so we should not be in lack. So maybe let's put our own, let's go ahead and put our own money on the record and then use our commodities that way. So even that became something to assist us. It motivated us. The lack of debt notes motivated us. So who gets richer quicker? Now, this is a different question. We answered who has more wealth. We know the farmer has more wealth. So we answered that one. Who gets richer quicker? A farmer growing peanuts? A landowner with several different crops growing? A landlord with an apartment complex? A Wall Street executive who monetizes land, crops, grocery stores, and loans? Who gets richer quicker?
That's a trick question, Islam. That's a trick question. Really it is, because it's who's more diligent and faithful in the stewardship of what's been given to them. So if somebody has, that's a talent story in the Biblios. One was given these were all given a talent, one put it in the ground, one squandered it, and one multiplied it. So if this is the question, who gets richer faster, who works the hardest? That's it.
Islam.
That's one way to look at it, Empress Angel. That's one way to look at it. Because of the way the question is phrased, there's several different perspectives. Empress Shasha.
So I would say that this list actually is the Wall Street executive for the question that you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can go trade and in one trade make, a whole bunch of
money.
And then a landlord, well, first and foremost, having the apartment complex and everything else, you already have the wealth. You could sell an apartment or sell a unit and access some riches at that time. A landowner with several different crops, well, certainly a landowner with several different crops, they call those cash crops. So when a particular crop comes in, then you're going to have access to riches. And if you've got several different, then your riches are coming in consistently. A farmer growing peanuts, even though it's a pretty fast crop, but you still have to, it's going to take more time than the instant sort of riches that a Wall Street executive is going to access quickly. If we're talking, because we're looking at the quickness of things or the speed of things. So that's my. I'm actually looking and seeing that really and truly, yes, the bottom is the top, and then it goes in order. But the Wall Street is my answer. I yield.
Ms. That is yet another positive perspective to include Empress Angel's perspective, Empress Shasha's perspective. Are there any other perspectives on the answer to the question?
Islam.
Islam, Justice Atiba.
That is a trick question, and I seen it was a trick question from the offset, because the question is, who gets richer quicker? A farmer growing peanuts, or a landowner with several different crops growing, or a landlord with an apartment complex, or an executive, a Wall Street executive who monetizes the land, the crops, the grocery store, and sells the crops and the loan, the land, and the loan that the farmer gets to do what he does. That's a very, very loaded question, because there's financial, or what would be considered financial wealth on each side of the question. Who gets richer quicker? I would go on a limb and say a landlord with an apartment complex, because he can give into all of that. I yield.
Islam. So you picked the one in the middle. That's interesting perspective.
Islam.
Ooh, Islam. Ooh, I love it.
Islam.
I'll wait.
Empress Shatali, and then Empress Cynthia, and then Empress Karima, and I heard a couple of other. Let's start. Empress Shasha as well. Empress Shatali.
Okay. I say the Wall Street executive who monetizes the land, because he has a very diverse portfolio. He has multiple streams of income. So, and then he's not trading labor for, he's not trading, he's not using his body to produce. So he's the quickest.
That's a very interesting perspective as well. The multiple streams of income is, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Empress Cynthia.
Islam. Here at California, the actors in the office of government have deemed all landlords that are now housing providers. So, okay, we talk about the short run. In the long run, where's the wealth? The only landlords, true landlords, are more. So, is it really worth what they get from the system?
That's an interesting perspective as well. Because the title for landlords, and this is what she stated, because I know her communication is the network that she's on sometimes makes it so that Empress Cynthia, your response, your statements are distorted a little bit, but I heard as much as I could hear, and to the Congress, what she stated was about how those that previously had the title of landlord at Khalifa, California territory, are now being called housing providers, which means that they don't own anything. They're not the lords of the land, because that's just our truth coming out. Okay, so they don't own anything. We're the landlords. So that term is taken. That title is taken. It's already being utilized properly. So, there, Empress Karima and Empress Shasha.
Islam. So the subject acting as Wall Street executive has a computer system to be able to put 1, 2s, and 3s in to monetize off of the land, grocery stores, and other enactments that they may be doing. So I would say that they get richer quicker because oftentimes farmers or subjects acting as farmers, subjects acting as landowners, and subjects acting as landlords, they have to get loans to be able to fix up the apartment complex to make it suitable for living and things of that nature. Islam.
That's an interesting perspective as well. And let me say that the perspective that each one of you takes, it actually tells us a little bit about where you are in your thought process as well. It's interesting, very interesting. Islam and Specialle.
So I'm coming back. Now, not one of these am I looking at as being subjects. I'm looking at all of these being us, the Moors.
Yeah.
There is no one in there, and even Wall Street, because Wall Street is out. And so, looking at that, I'm still I'm looking at, and all of these, I think actually in truth, not a trick question, but they all are relevant. So there, you could break this down even further. The question is who gets rich quicker. So it may show quicker on the, for the Wall Street executive, a landowner with several different crops growing potentially has the opportunity to be rich quicker, but rich quicker consistently with the rolling crops. So it's still in order of richness, which still has to have some qualification on it. But truth of the matter is there such a thing as being rich quicker? Because yes, there is, but riches and wealth are really two different things. So if we're speaking of quickness, yeah, I think that the Wall Street, I yield now, because I could go on, because there are so many twists and turns.
Yeah.
There are so many perspectives. The one truth is that doesn't question. These are Moors. It's us. And we can choose whichever we choose. I yield.
Islam, that's what I was getting ready to say, because provided you're Moors of the birthright, they all have wealth. And like I said earlier, whoever yields their gifts as Allah provided them, in a manner of, honorability, then he or she will yield whatever they so desire. So it's not a matter of quickness, it's who endures to the end.
Yet another amazing perspective, Islam. Yet another. And that's how I know we have the answers to everything among us. Because look at all the different perspectives.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Empress.
Yes, we can hear you. Is that better? The sound?
Yes.
I have all these fans around me and this little thing. I also want to make the remark that Wall Street has, let's say, the power to make their numbers appear the way they want it to. So I still, whoever owns the land has wealth. The other one is an illusion, because they can make up numbers and create situations to put those numbers in. So what have they really gained? What have they given the world? What have they built? So I don't see Wall Street as wealthy. I just see them as a big delusion, a big game on all of us. And because we've all bought into it, they get to live well. So let's talk about Islam.
Yet another perspective. Islam.
Islam, may I add one? I went, so if I may.
Yes, Empress.
Rich, adjective. Strong, powerful, great, mighty, of high rank, wealthy. So we are all that. We are all that. So I'm going to leave it right there and yield.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Empress Shasha, I knew that you would get so close to the thought process that will open that continues to expand this topic based on the expansion that others have brought to the table. Islam, Justice Anthony.
Peace and great grand rising, all the Moors. Governor Spec Empress. I'm looking at the question. If we're dealing with richer, I was looking at richer in what aspect. If it's financial aspect, then I would say that the landowner with several different crops. Because when the Wall Street, when the grocery store, everything else is gone, the land remains. Anything with land.
That's yet another perspective, another sovereign perspective on the question.
Yes,
now,
you cannot move the land.
I'm hoping that everyone can see these many different perspectives for that one question. And not one of them is wrong. Not one of them is wrong. Not one.
Yes, indeed. Because when everything else is gone, the land remains. And the land has the highest value.
Yeah.
Islam, Empress.
Wow. Islam, Justice Consul.
Islam, Grand Rising, Old Moors.
Grand Rising, High Noble.
I'm going to go with what's part of what Sasha said. Being that all of this is going to be us, then I would say all of us gets rich at the same time.
Wow. Yet another perspective. Yet another
Islam
perspective. Islam, Empress.
I'm coming back again.
Yes.
Because I'm looking at this again.
Yeah.
And I am looking at the capitis diminutio.
Oh, that's so good, Empress. Wow.
Of all
because who in this? Who is who? Who is who in this? When you talk about in capitis diminutio, whatever, minima, media, maxima, nolo, who's who in this?
That is where I'm coming back again because hello.
Wow.
So, in truth, the answer from my perspective is between the farmer and the landowner with several different crops.
That's so good.
And because, so we're going to consider that they each, the landowner and the farmer. But you see now, and I had made this statement before, I made the assumption that the farmer was the landowner. This has two choices. We have a farmer growing peanuts in diminutio, capitis diminutio. Well, that would be nolo. And then we have
not nolo, it would be minima.
minima. What? Because of the A? Yes. Okay. All right. Because
Now, Empress, let me just say this really quickly in there, because you brought up the nolo. We are all the nolo. We all have the title to the land, whether we're out there farming it or not.
So that's the nolo.
Nolo is not even in the scenario, but we got to remember that nolo exists.
That's the piece. So technically speaking, this should be in blue.
It should. You are correct. That's so good. Ooh, that's good.
Okay. So then I'm going to go with, yes, because I have grown peanuts. And yes, you can get wealthy off of peanuts. I haven't grown to that degree, but I know that. But if you have the landowner, so the landowner with several different crops, that landowner could actually be leasing that land also and pulling in rent, as well as growing different crops that are coming in cyclically, different times. Tomatoes are in, and then maybe carrots are in, and that, so it's rolling. So, you know, so there you go. I yield, but that's, so I'm not, you know, I'm really and truly coming back and looking at the capital status makes a difference.
It does make a difference.
I yield.
It does make a difference. It definitely makes a difference. The reason that I was just so amused is because, Moors, listen, whenever we're looking at questions like this, Justice Anthony came really close to a summation of everything, and Empress Shasha, of course, brought it home with the language. First and foremost, these three categories here only have a claim to any riches when the one status that's not mentioned says so. We talked about it. The one category or the one entity that's not mentioned is in capitis diminution nolo, which is those of us who have the title to the land, no matter what's going on the land, whether it's growing peanuts, apartment complex, or a stock market. Doesn't matter that those are the results, but you have to look at the foundation. Who has the title to the land? Because the one with the title to the land actually is rich already, regardless of any of these other things happening. That's first and foremost. Secondly, the farmer is the wealthiest, bar none. The farmer is the wealthiest. Why? Because being a farmer, you have claim to the land because you're working the land. Now, the status of the farmer has to be considered because Empress Karima brought up subjects in the office of farmer, and then Empress Angel and Empress Shasha talked about the farmer being us. So the status of the farmer is going to play a role in his claim, okay, as to how rich he can get. But ultimately, all things being equal in terms of their status, the farmer has the most, is already rich because none of the other things can happen without the land, and the farmer is the one on the land doing things. He's creating the source of all the derivatives that the Wall Street man can create. See, Wall Street only created derivatives, which is paper. The Wall Street man, all he's saying is there's some land, it's got a farmer on it who's growing peanuts. And from those peanuts, they can create derivatives for peanut oil, for peanut butter, for any other thing, ethylene made by peanuts, and all the other things that Booker T. Washington, or is it George Washington Carver? George Washington Carver did with peanuts. So the Wall Street man, he can create a whole bunch of things from just one product. But he has to create those things knowing but he's got to the product has to exist for him to create all that stuff. So in reality, he has to get with the farmer and say, hey, let's do this together. Same thing with the landlord. But the difference between the farmer and the landlord is huge. The difference between the farmer and the landlord is that the landlord has people in there that he's counting as capital. Now that's huge. That's huge. We got to think about that, because now you're counting persons as capital, and that's why they're called persons and not people. Because people can't be capital. Persons can, though. Islam Empress.
So, in truth, we're the landlords, and all the persons are the wealth, the riches, the capital. So, in truth, when what was being done in the former era, fraudulently, is actually in the hands, minds, and hearts of the true people, sovereign people, the way things are done. The landlord is not making or having access to wealth by virtue of the rent that comes in, necessarily.
The rent is part of it. They can create derivatives from that, but their biggest catch is the people, is the person, the people. Yes. That's the biggest catch.
That's the biggest catch. And also because land captures everything, all property, not just the soil.
Yeah.
Everything, the mind, the ideas, the corporeal, the incorporeal. I mean, it's so, and the persons, of course. That is just, this is expanding. This is expanding, expansive, and beautiful. I yield.
Well, see, we have to know this because of what we're doing and because of our estate and proper governance of our estate. These things must be discussed because of the wealth that we all have.
Yes. This is the foundation.
Yes. If someone would, please turn to Psalms, the 2nd chapter, verse 8. Psalms in the Biblios. Psalms, the 2nd chapter, verse 8. And we know some don't consider the Biblios a reference point. It's a reference point just like the rest of the writings and books.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, Islam.
Psalms chapter 2, verse 8. Access.
Islam.
Empress Shatali has it, Empress Angel. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Empress Shatali.
Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the other both parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Oh, that's 8 and 9, excuse me. But yeah.
We just gonna deal with 8 today, Empress Shatali. We'll deal with number 9 later.
Okay, but yeah. That's where you start to realize when Noble Drew Ali said, y'all just plain rich.
That was going to be the next scripture that we said if someone could get that in the Holy Quran. Or you could go to chapter 29. Yes, chapter 29 of the Circle 7 and read verses 1 and 2. And really just verse 1 is good enough. Chapter 29 of the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. Chapter 29, verse 1. If someone could get that verse and read it as well.
Verse 1.
And speak up loud and clear so we can hear you, Nobility.
Okay. O thou, the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equals, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. Consider the ends and importance of their trust far more than the dignity and height of thy station.
Islam.
Islam.
So there's someone who is ruling over all, right? Now, we're talking estate law here. This is trust and estate law that we're speaking about right now. Yes, we have an inheritance, and people and persons are our inheritance as well as the earth. So make no mistake about that. So when you're talking about who gets richer quicker, we must first consider who has dominion over the land first. Then we can talk about the people, and then we can talk about the person. So many of you were looking, as you answered, you were looking at the results of what the land produces, because that's in the question. The question is about growing peanuts or having an apartment complex on the land or growing crops and all of that. And then there's the Wall Street that doesn't do any of that, just looks at that and says, let's make some paper, let's create some money out of this idea that we can do with the peanuts and this idea that we can do with the apartment complex. Let's create some paper money out of the people that are in there in the apartment complex, the person, how long they stay in there. If they stay in there for a whole year, we can create even more paper. If they stay in there a whole month without leaving, we can create another set of paper. So it is up to us to bring, this is what we've done, this Congress has done. We have brought these two worlds together. That's what we've done. Brought the two worlds together and made it so that we understand and overstand all the aspects and all sides and all perspectives of our estate and what we can do. The farmer, if he's on the deed to the land, we're not talking about title now, because we already know the title holders are the wealthiest and they never have ever been poor. So that's why they're not mentioned here in this particular segment. We, the sovereigns, have never been poor. We've never been poor, ever. And we never will be. But now, in order to express wealth, we're looking at these perspectives here. So the landlord and the farmer, they have to know already that they have a certain amount of wealth already because they're on the land. Just being on the land is a wealth position. Just being on the land is a wealth position. Even subjects that are on the land cannot be overtaken by debt, because all they have to do is say, I'm on the land with the master, the Moors. And I'm subject to the Moors and not subject to the debt. And the Empress mentioned that the Wall Street man had multiple streams to pull from, and really just create the multiple streams and then pull from them. We as Moors, because we're at the top of this hierarchy, because it is a hierarchy of possession and wealth, we have the title to the land. Now we know how to farm the land. We also know how to do real estate on our land. And now we also know how to monetize all of that if we chose to do so, to increase our trade and to increase and grow our estate. But in the previous era, because see, we started this Congress out talking about why is it that all of us knew how to make fried chicken and hamburgers and tacos, but none of us got rich, but McDonald's did, and Wendy's did, and Taco Bell did. How is that even possible? Well, we know it's not a coincidence that none of the ones that were claiming to in that enactment of Wendy's and McDonald's and Chick-fil-A and all of these, it's no secret why they all don't look like us. Now, and again, it's not about skin color ultimately, but let's just take a look at that. They were not original indigenous people. Islam, Empress.
And look what they were willing to do with the food. Fries that'll never deteriorate, stuff like that, you put in your body. We don't operate like that. And so we could never, even if, I noticed that when we do come into positions and we see error, we're trying to fix it. And they're like, I'm trying to put my kids through Harvard. And you're about to fix something that's going to curtail that, so they want to operate corruptly. And so they don't want us to be in the same competing with them, and then we're giving people all fresh stuff that's healing them, and they giving us death, So yeah, they had to make sure that we were not in competition. Are you?
Because light and dark don't dwell together.
Islam.
And again, when we look at who did what, it's not even about them versus us. It's about system versus non-system. That's really what this is about. And all they were saying was we gave them enough fiat to create their own system. They just keep going to McDonald's instead of creating their own system. And we're not mad at McDonald's, because at any time of any day we can make our own burgers and fries in the kitchen. So we're not mad at them, because it's a choice. We have a choice. The farmer and the landowner, the landlord, they have to know that they're already wealthy, so that when derivatives and monetization happens, they will know that they have the upper hand. So that by the time the burger and fries get to Wendy's and McDonald's, the one who owns the land already knows that, okay, where's our cut? Because none of that existed without the land. Without the land, none of that other stuff can be produced. Cows can't stand in the water. They're not going to be swimming around in the ocean. They got to be on some land. Strawberries and potatoes and all that, those are land crops. So for that, where all of this is concerned, monetization, the Moors had to know that that was the ultimate goal of the previous enactment, is to multiply the wealth. But in the previous enactment, it wasn't real wealth. So we had to create a system whereby we could do that for ourselves on our own land.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Yeah. Just need to make a comment there. And
How can you lie so much?
there's another vernacular that they're using, and in that vernacular there's that thing that says, make it make sense.
Yeah.
And as I heard that,
How
it's
can you
like
lie
la, la,
with
la,
a
la,
straight
la.
face?
But in reality, I have to humbly bow,
Liar, liar.
salute, and thank you, because you are definitely making it make sense, even as you erudite
Fucking
us
liar.
to the different levels of truth, even believing and learning how to disbelieve liars and really embracing and believing what is
Every word
true.
is a lie out of
Islam.
Islam. You know, nobility, it was widely known that we would get to this point. It was widely known that we would all come to this point of knowing that, first and foremost, land ain't worth nothing without us on it. Come on now, let's just tell the truth. No land is worth anything without us on it. In fact, land doesn't even exist. It's not called land if we're not there. And then the many things that we can do with the land and whatever is sitting on the land is going to make us wealthier and wealthier anyway. It's time now for all of it to come together, for it to, like Justice Atiba said, make sense, so that we know that we don't have to ever do without. We have to keep doing what we're doing. The landlord and the farmer have to know in their knower that Wall Street doesn't exist without what they're doing. Doesn't exist, it's worthless without the land. And see, the landlord and the farmer have to know that they are already rich because they hold in their possession the true wealth, which is the land that produces eternally. The landlord with the apartment complex is the only reason the apartment complex, don't listen, a landlord is called a landlord not because of the structures and the buildings, but because of the people in it. Because it's the people that are the wealth. An empty apartment complex is just that. It's empty, it doesn't have any value. It's only, the value is only, it only manifests when people show up. And it doesn't even matter the financial level that the people are at. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because every people is a person, has the ability to claim a person. And listen, the people, specifically the original indigenous people, we can create as many persons as we want to create. We can create trillions of persons. And that's all that the Wall Street executive was doing, was creating persons off of one. They take one crop for 1 year, one crop of peanuts for 1 year, and create 1 million persons from that one crop in that one place that 1 year. Doesn't matter that a tornado came the next year and messed up the crop. That 1 year was enough to keep that farmer in a place of financial security for many years because of the monetization of the process of growing peanuts and the results that you get from growing peanuts. So Moors, particularly those Moors who are sending out products right now, because many of us have started sending out products. We were able to gift the United States of America Republic government some of our products here, some of our salt minerals and things. And yes, they do have to pay for them from their dollarium and gold and silver, whichever they choose. We prefer dollarium. But we are also going to be issuing dollarium to the other nations who will to buy from us. So that's going to enhance the value of our dollarium because of what comes with it. So the Wall Street executive who monetizes the processes that the land produces, the land holding a structure, the land holding crops, the Wall Street executive can monetize all of that stuff, but ultimately it's the title holder, which is all of us. That's why we did what we did with the 40-something documents and all of that, is to make it clear who the real sovereign, the real wealth, the real land owner, real title owner for the land is. So now we're bringing these together with our legal system, fitting underneath our lawful system, or you could even say fitting over our lawful system, because the lawful system is the foundation. The law is the foundation for everything else. And then we can put whatever we will to put on top of it.
Islam,
Empress.
what you're stating is counter to what the cliche was back in the day, dirt poor. I don't know if anybody remembers that cliche. And a cliche is a statement defined and denotatively is, in my own interpretation, is a phrase that is stated by a group of people that is contrary to them in their culture and customs. That's just my own definition of what it means, because I did a series on that. But to the point, yes. So when we were back in the day saying, oh, we're dirt poor, the irony is that if you had dirt, you were wealthy, and the ones who had, the poor were the ones who were profiting, is cheating rather, in the enactment, the people who had the dirt.
Islam. So you saying that's an oxymoron?
Yeah, it's a cliche. It's a cliche because if you're dirt poor, you really have the wealth. Look up what cliche means.
Yeah.
Because it's a cliche.
Yeah. Yeah.
Islam, love it.
Yes, indeed. Let me say this too, and I'm going to digress here just a little bit, but to your point, Empress Angel, the people of the land, the people from the land, the people who are the land, us, we were created from the earth. But then there was a group that was created from what? The dust of the earth, which is different from the earth. I'll let that sit right there. I'll let that stay right there. And Specialle says, what if it was really dirt pure? Or what if it was really dirt poor? Like you pour something out of a cup onto the earth? Because I have found that pour and P-O-U-R could easily be switched up to change the meaning of what somebody is saying. That's why the language is so important. Islam and Specialle.
And then you have pore, P-O-R-E, which are the pores on your skin through which sweat and, you take things in as well as you expel things.
Yeah.
And so the healing that comes from the earth when we make our oils and put them onto our skin, it goes through our pores.
Yes, indeed.
Islam, I yield.
And this is some would call it semantic deceit. when someone says the word poor and we think they mean one thing when really they're saying something else. Some would call that semantic deceit. I don't call it semantic deceit, though, because they can't deceive you when you write and you speak and you define everything. Because then, no matter what they're saying, it's going to mean what you say it means. Because you will then write it out and say, this is what this means. Constitution. See, somebody, a Babylonian was out there babbling and talking about a constitution, and then whenever the living sovereign started talking about constitution, we were literally creating our own as we spoke. So it couldn't have been the same one, is the point. So our system makes it so that any of this is going to enrich us and our heirs throughout time, because we know how to do these things now. As far as monetizing some action or activity, the lien, levy, and bond process does that. Then you can take that process and go ahead and create certificates. You can create affidavits. You can, because the affidavit is the lawful piece, and then there is affidavits for the legal system. So that's two different kinds of affidavit. One is on 8.5 by 14. The other is on 8.5 by 11 paper. So now we know how to do all three. We know how to prosper from all three of these, no matter where you are in this process. If you're a farmer, whether you're a landlord, or whether you're someone who does commerce by assisting the landlords and the farmers, or the business people, the commercial Moors, the merchants. If you assist the merchants, that means that you can look at whatever products they have and you can say, okay, we can create this, this, and this, and it will, and every one of these that if we create stocks and we issue 100 stocks and each one of them is numbered, and you want to buy these stocks, we can issue the stocks, let the people buy them, and then in 2 years, those stocks will be double in value because the business has grown in value, because the business has the investment of the people in it. And here's the thing, Morris, we each can do that for the products that we have. So if Justice Ogunwale, I'll just use him, and Empress Shasha, the two of them, because I know for sure that they're both sending things out. I know they are. Or let me see, Empress Shasha, I haven't received anything from you yet, but that doesn't mean it's not being put out there.
They have gone in the mail, and I was going to ask the question if anybody has received. I've sent out 20 packages so far, but
yes,
they have gone. So
okay. Thank you, Empress Shasha. I knew you had something told me in the spirit that you had. So at any time, if Empress Shasha or Justice Ogunwale will to expand their business, and they will that they get some investments from the people, because see, I'll tell you, we all have enough to expand our own businesses, but it's always better to get the people's buy-in, because they're going to be not just the customers, and I'm saying customer because the root word is going to be custody instead of consumer. They're going to be the customers as well as the investors into our business. So when we have each other's buy-in, using our money and our commodities and our certificates for wealth, our gold receipts, when we invest in each other, as many of us as wills to do that, we're creating more wealth for us as a nation, us individually, and also for our heirs that are coming to see all that we're doing. So this Congress is in preparation for that. Okay. And as we're doing these processes, let's all be patient with one another as we perfect getting the products to one another. It may take a while. I'm telling you now, it's going to take a while. For those who have not received sea salt minerals, our ocean minerals, thus far, it's going to be a while before you get them, because we are perfecting the growth. We're expanding and growing, and we're actually looking at a much greater expansion method that is a few months down the road. So we've perfected the mailing process to get the things out. We've perfected the packaging of it so that the packages don't leak and things of that nature. We've perfected that. We've also perfected the invoicing, the paid in full invoicing part. So pulling from the trust, we've perfected that as well.
Islam,
Empress.
Yes, Empress Shasha, I believe, was collecting the appellations and the mailing locations for all the Moors, so we can send out, our products and our products. If I could have a copy of that list, that would be great. And I also did a demonstration on my YouTube channel of the national trade launch, if anyone would like to see that.
We would love to. Would you put a link in the chat?
Yeah, I'll do that right now. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Empress, you're welcome, Empress Light. Empress Shasha, the email address that's on there, Rima Bay, Moorish American Consul @outlook.com is the email address that's good for me.
I will. I'm surprised you're not on it already, but I will absolutely send you that.
Thank you, Empress.
You are very, very welcome.
And that list is only for those who are producing. So, Empress Rima, we know you're producing. Empress Shasha's producing. Justice Ogunwale and others are producing. That list only goes to those who are already sending things out, who have things packaged and ready to go. That's who that list is for. That's who we're giving the list to at this time, so that they can get the products out to the people quicker.
Islam. I comprehend. Thank you.
And that wasn't for you, Empress Rima. I was actually talking to everybody else, because we know you're doing the job.
Islam. Thank
you. So at this process of who gets richer quicker, listen, we're rich from every perspective of this particular presentment here. We just have to know that we are and be ready to move together to continue to manifest that. The Al-Moroccan American Exchange was the first presentment of getting the people's buy-in to an exchange. And it was so successful, I still have no words for it, because we're still getting requests for the inheritance and investment package to this day. And I finally got that email to where it can receive more new emails, by the way. The government with an E on the end @gmail.com. Okay. So we finally got that down to where things can come in there too, in addition to Light Bay Moorish Nation @gmail.com. But what we're doing now is using our system to manifest our wealth no matter where we are on the timeline. The perspectives that we all spoke of just now as a statement to this question here gave us a view on where everyone is in their thinking. And all of the thinking processes are correct only because we're at different places on the timeline. Some still see the subjects as playing a major role because that's where they are on the timeline. Others of us already know that it's all about us. So we're not even talking about the subjects. We're talking about us and what we do. And the subjects will be assisting. So the subjects will look at the system, and whatever we've put in the system, the subjects will make it happen. That's the role they're going to play. Because not role they're going to play, but that's what they do. They look at the system, and it's the system we created, and they do whatever it is that we put in the system. They will look at it, and if there's something that they need to do, deliver an automobile, or make sure that we have the key to a domicile, because that's what subjects are supposed to do, is just make sure the placement is there. We give the commands and we do the issuing of anything, okay? We're the door for anything to come or go. And then as a part of our conveyance system, the subjects make sure that it gets there. They just accompany it after they have gotten commands from us. That's why our system is the trustee. Because in reality, that's what was happening in the previous era, except it was upside down. Whenever they would receive something off of their screen or off the fax machine or out of the computer, it wasn't something that we put in there in the previous era. So if a warrant came off the computer, the printer, the fax, then they would put on police costumes and go out and act that out on persons. In this era, we put things into our system that say we have an automobile, here's where the automobile is, the payment has been received, the exchange is complete, we have the title, and now we're shipping it to us. It's being shipped to us by our command. And then the subjects see that piece of paper and say, okay, let's accompany this, let's put it up on the truck and take it to the heirs and deliver it to the government. That's how it was supposed to be in the previous era. Except identities were not properly established in the beginning. Proper identification of the parties is everything. Nothing gets done until that's done. That way subjects know that when they're putting a conveyance on an automobile onto a tow truck and bringing it to us, they know that when they get there, they're going to meet the masters, and that they don't have the authority to ask for fiat or anything of that nature, because the payment has already been made. The arrangements have already been made by the high contracting parties. Our paperwork preceded any of that movement. That's why our legal system is so important, because now we can make those things happen from our proper place, from our throne, from our high place. We can make those things happen and manifest without fear of someone coming back 3 months later and taking it. Our system currently has an entire group of fresh millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires, and so forth. We are the list, and we're at the top of the recorded list because of these principles that we're speaking of right now. The in capitis diminutio nolo is the title, ones who create the title to the land. That's all of us. All of us from our sovereign status. Then we create a conveyance method, a person, And when we create a person in capitis diminutio minima, that would be someone on the land who has possession of the land and who's using the land wisely. Farmer, landlord, parks and recreation, peaceful places, places to party, amusement places. Using the land so that no matter where the people go, they're smiling and they are enjoying themselves and they're looking forward to whatever's coming next. That's the in capitis diminutio minima. So from the Lord to the grantor to the grantee. And then beneath all of that is renters and tenants and all of that stuff. And those Moors who want to stay at that level are welcome to do so. We're not going to stop them. Because everyone right now is choosing where they will to be. Where they're choosing their level of abundance. Right now, everyone is doing that. It's already been chosen. To be honest with you. Islam.
I would say that's indeed true, that I've seen either by their actions or their demonstration. So that's something that I have witnessed, just assisting others. When you hear
Empress Nabi, I didn't do that. Empress Nabi. When she comes back in, then we'll hear from her. I will tell you that my interaction with Moors, some Moors in the last 7 years, I can see in my knower that some are not mature enough to have that kind of control over land, air, and water. They're just not going to grow past certain issues. They're just not going to do it. I see that. I see it. And they'll be okay, but they're going to have to grow past that if they will to prosper in the way that those who are willing to do what it takes to grow past that level of understanding and competence. Empress Nabi, are you there?
No, this is
Oh,
Sally.
yes, it's Empress.
Yeah, I was perceiving that that's how we failed, because nobody wanted to do the work, because this is work.
It's work.
So,
but let me tell you.
People didn't want to be competent. They just didn't want to get on that level. So, But
yeah.
Better to be in this position than any other position. I think that was the point of the lesson.
Well, look what's on the screen, and again, in Specialle, we're all on the same page. It takes more energy to be poor than to be wealthy.
Yes, it does.
To be stricken by poverty is a self-inflicted act of war. See, you have to talk your way into being stricken by poverty. That's why they call it poverty-stricken. It's a strike against you because you have to speak your way into that. We were all born super wealthy. That we know that already. That is our statement. Yes, we were placed among the commoners. Okay, we were placed among the commoners, and those are not ego statements. Those are facts. But even when we were placed among the commoners, many of us exhibited behavior that was an affirmation of our supreme wealth. There were some things we just were not going to do because somewhere in our knower we knew who we were. We may not have had words for it. Some people might have thought it was ego or whatever, but some stuff we just were not going to do. And that's in both arenas, in both areas, in all areas. Some were never going to clean a toilet. Okay, that's your ego. That's your ego. So I'm not talking about that. But some of us were just not going to be tricky and go around just ultimately super trickying on everybody. We were just not going to do it. Our nobility would not allow us to do that. Now, there's a certain amount of stealth and smartness and intelligence and quiet movement that we taught everyone. That's not the same as trickiness. And so, again, we knew we were wealthy from the beginning. We just couldn't point to our wealth and say, hey, this is all our land. That pyramid, we put that there. Even though you got trees on it, it's still a pyramid because we can see the opening. We did that. So poverty is not something within you. It has to strike you. That's why they call it that. It's out there somewhere and it will strike if you allow it. But you gotta keep saying stuff that's contrary to who you are before that will happen. That's why we do not speak confusion about who we are on a regular, everyday basis. We just don't do it. We watch our mouth. By speaking our true status and identity, we ensure that poverty does not and cannot strike us. So, Empress Chitali, what you just mentioned we had that in our notes already to state that it takes more energy to be poor than to be wealthy. Have you seen those people who push shopping carts up and down the streets? You might as well go to the gym and work out all day if you're going to do that. That takes a lot of energy.
Islam, and then you wonder why they be grumpy.
Islam, seriously, because they've used up all their energy. And then here you come trying to tell them get up and move all that stuff somewhere else.
And pull yourself by your bootstraps while you're at it.
We'll just use our energy to continue to be wealthy and to manifest our wealth. And so everyone already knows that the system has manifested through us, millionaires, billionaires, trillionaires, and so forth. And I'll just say this, Moors, we're all super wealthy, but there are some that are not going to manifest their wealth because they won't change their thinking. They think it's about baby's mama when it's not about baby's mama, it's about the baby. Because the baby, that's the wealth. They think it's about a fake court when the fake court is what's stealing everything. But you're letting it by going there and not rebutting it. So our strategy for continuing to manifest our wealth, state the truth about who we are every time, every day, all day, in writing and verbally, and by our actions. Publish our truth. Continue to build the infrastructure. Continue to be the courts. Continue to be the banks. Continue to be the public record. We're already the banks. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that gold is back. Everyone knows that. So now, what we're going to be doing over the next, what we're going to continue doing, because we've been doing this the whole time anyway, there have been questions about how things are manifesting, how our system is manifesting. So if you will give me just one moment, I will give an explanation on some of the financial details so that you can further see how and why and how things are manifesting based on what we've done already. So if you give me just a moment. So let's talk, spend the remainder of this particular Congress explaining and discussing and hearing each other's thoughts on how Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts manifest in our banking system, because we know that, again, gold reserves are published onto the public record already. The Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts and how they manifest in the banking system, this is what it looks like, what I'm about to explain, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this and if we can make the process better. So whenever we think about the rebuttal to fiat, to the debt notes, the debt notes always had something about fixed interest rates and things of that nature. Well, we know that there's no interest on gold. There's no interest on commodities. So there's no interest on gold receipts, on Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts. As this manifestation continues, where we can go into a banking structure and, let's say, get Moorish sovereign dollarium or deposit Moorish sovereign dollarium instruments and so on and so forth. That's what we're about to talk about now, about how that happens and what the instruments actually mean in our banking system. Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts are fixed rate notifications. Okay. And again, this is all part of the infrastructure for our courts, banks, and the public record. What we're doing right now is informing, and then we're also right now introducing the cure. So Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts are, and I'm going to put this on the screen because it's important that we know the difference. Justice Byron says face value fixed rate. That's so good. Justice Byron, you must be a financial Chief Justice Emperor. So they are, and we have this written in our notes. So Justice Byron, just as we stated it, and then you put it in the chat, we have it written in our notes this way. They are fixed rate notifications. And so in the previous era, now that's not all they are. Moorish sovereign dollarium is currency, it's gold, it's money, it's coin because we coined them. It is Moorish sovereign dollarium it can be certificates, vouchers, currency, money, gold, coin, tender. It's all, Moorish sovereign dollarium is all of those, all of these things. It's whatever we say it is. They are also, let me just put the word also, and I'm spelling it that way on purpose, fixed rate notifications. In the previous era, they were using debt notes called FRNs. That's what they would call them, FRNs, Federal Reserve Notes. Our Moorish sovereign dollarium is not debt notes. It is fixed rate notifications. It is a notification that there's a fixed rate on gold based on the face value of that notification. Not a note, it's a notification.
Islam, I have a question.
Yes, Islam.
So this notification that you're referring to, is that back to when we took the vote on what the value of gold was going to be and what the value of silver was going to be?
What
For
we're
gold
doing
was 50,000 and silver was 30,000.
That's the foundation of what we're talking about here. That's the foundation of what we're talking about. So when we say fixed rate, that apply the rate for Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts is fixed because the rate for gold is fixed, or the interest rate for gold is fixed, which is 0 or aught, AUGHT. Some say 0, others say aught. So it has everything to do with that. See, Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipt is the receipt for that gold. So the gold value stands. What we voted on stands and is the law. So now what we're doing is saying, what is one Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipt? What is the rate of that? Is there an interest rate? And is it fixed to the price of gold? So that's the answer to your question. Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts, and what we're talking about now, we're stating that Moorish sovereign dolarium is fixed to the price of gold. That's why we call it a fixed rate notification. That's a great question. Thank you for that question, because it's clarity. It clarifies. That is why Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts in the banking industry are also called or known as fixed rate notifications, because they're fixed to the price of gold and they have a fixed interest rate of 0 or aught. And those who are familiar with Chief Justice Jure Aqua L, you know that he doesn't use the word 0; he uses the word ought, which means all. So as we are continuing to create the conveyance methods by which our wealth is transferred back and forth from one place to another, or conveyed back and forth from me to you and you to me and so on, and us to each other and us to the vendors, the Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipt is always fixed at 0% interest rate and always fixed to the price of gold.
Islam,
Empress.
So, just as Nate and I was having a conversation based upon what we're talking here. So, further, my question. So that means, from my understanding, that there will be no more third-party interlopers whatsoever. There will be no more mortgage companies, and there will be no more tax assessors. Because tax assessors assess your building based upon interest. Correct?
So the definition of those will change. They will still be there, but the definition will change. Because as you know, we're the tax assessors. We're the mortgage companies. We're the financing companies for property. All of those titles are our titles and no one else's. So there will be no third-party interlopers. We're doing everything.
So the look would change, as you say, the role and how it's stated would change.
The role and how it's stated, the way that those responsibilities are done, the way that those governmental positions are done will be the same way that our ancestors did it, and not the way corporates did it or courts did it. See, everyone thinks that, not everyone, many were thinking that all of that stuff would go away and everything would just be willy-nilly free. No, that's not how this works. We do everything decently and in order. It's just that all of those titles were always our titles. So what do? It's just like we were just talking about up here. When we say we're the ones who are introducing everything, informing, building, and then introducing the remedy, the cure. We are the cure. And this is just another cure for what was ailing those of us who were asleep previously. What we're doing is this same thing here. Knowing all the parts and ways by which we can grow our wealth. First of all titles belong to us. So mortgage companies they're not going anywhere. It's just going to be the duty of a mortgage company was to record, not to issue dead pledges. So we changed the name of a mortgage company by spelling it differently and assigning a better definition to the word mortgage, not mortgage, but mortgage. A mortgage is the way a mortgages the value of his or her estate. That word was misspelled and brought low. It was brought down to a place it didn't need to be. Initially, that word was a high contracting party's word, where the sovereigns contract with one another. And with our merchant businesses and companies, because we've always been the titans at commerce and mercantilism and industry and commodities and land and structures. So everything that we learned previously was a bastardization of the truth. And all we're doing is giving things the right title, not label or brand, but title, and then issuing it. So now we're talking about banking and Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts and how they work. It's a simplified banking mechanism. Because if you're dealing in things like interest rate, stuff is going to be going up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next, and all of that. We're not doing all of that. There's no need to. There's no interest on gold. So gold is fixed. Moorish sovereign dolarium are fixed to the price of gold, and the fixed interest rate is aught or zero. Now, what we do, and this is how we're going to be using our Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts with the banking system. We've already proven that we can use Moorish sovereign dolarium and then create a check, whether it be for $27,000, which we've shown you how we deposited that into our banking system account, or whether it be $10 million or whatever, how we created a check and we showed you how we deposited that and showed you where the bank recorded the $10 million in our account. Does everyone remember that? Those two instances where we showed you where we created a check and we deposited it. Islam. So now what we're doing is stating how we will go into a bank and a bank building. Let's call it that, because we're the bank, and we can't keep calling the building the bank because people get confused when we do that. We must use the right language as we're doing this. If you're too lazy to use the right language, and I'm not talking to the competent Moors, I'm talking about the ones that think that their words don't matter. If you're too lazy to stop calling that a bank and call it a bank building, then don't do banking until you can do that, because that's incompetent. And the last thing that you need is for you to call them a name and they treat you like trash, and then you be like, oh, the process doesn't work. Don't do that to yourself, because we're going to keep moving. Don't do that to yourself. Don't be lazy with your tongue and slip-lipped and then blame it on the process. Delarium doesn't work. No, it works. It works. Delarium works. But you don't want to stop calling them a judge. You don't want to stop calling that building a bank when you are the bank. We are the bank. We're the bank. So let's make sure we put that out there so that everyone can know how the process works. It's proper language, proper identification of the parties, and proper process. And proper means, proper is the root word for appropriate. The money is appropriated based on the proper person and proper words, proper language, and proper place. So what we would do is we would bring the Moorish sovereign delarium into the building with deposit documentation already ready, and deposit them with the merchant or any of the subjects in the office of, we can call them a teller. We can call them a teller. Teller, subjects in the office of teller. We could mail them you must use the government mailing process. Don't try to mail anything that has to do with us by paying fiat for a stamp. Don't do that. Don't do that when we can create our own stamps. We have our own stamps. Okay? The banking system will record them instantly, and this is how the banking system records our deposits. We give them the subject in the office of teller however much we're going to deposit. They make a copy of those notes that we bring, those notifications that we bring in, the Moorish sovereign delarium gold receipts, with a wet ink signature. They must have a wet ink signature on them or they're not depositable. And it must be the wet ink signature of a sovereign. And we'll explain to you why it must be of a sovereign to begin with. We'll explain that in just a moment, because that's part of the process. Islam Empress.
Is that in blue or red signature?
Blue. Blue.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
So I have some that's red because we were red. We've been back and forth. It's still lawful because I did it, but we're still going to.
So, Empress, the ones that are signed in red, we trade them between the sovereigns. So, like, if you wanted to use it to get some salt from me, you could. If you wanted to use it the red is from sovereign to sovereign, because because of the status of the signature.
Okay, because at one point it was red or blue, and it was red, and it was so.
Yeah.
So now I will have to print some more. Okay, all right, wonderful.
Well, because you have to have a wet ink signature on them anyway. You can't you can't copy the signature. It has to be.
They're already. I've autographed and embossed and wet ink signature.
Okay, so those you can use for what we're doing. For between sovereigns, we can use that. Empress Cynthia.
Before we take these actions, I understand that we need to make sure that we have liens levied and bond the institution. Am I correct?
Correct. That's a part of that whole 40 documents plus. You must know the lien, levy, and bond process before you do this. See, that's the thing about the Moors. We were so erudite. We have to know why we have the ability to do the things that we're doing. We created the system. We must honor it. And let me tell you something. I'm not even worried about anyone trying to go beyond or go over or whatever. I'm not even worried about it because I know this system is fail safe. If you try to do something, and we've all been there, where we were demonstrating something and the system said no, wait a minute, hold on. Right? Some of us did POW demonstrations when we were doing that. We didn't mind doing it. But what we do know is that the system will system on whatever we do. And as we're erudite and we know what to do, all is well. All is well. Let me tell you something. Right now, even, we are without sin. Each and every one of us who has intended to do this work, we are without sin, so we don't even have to worry about anything going wrong, quote unquote. We don't have to worry about that. Just keep moving. Our ancestors will that we keep going. They got us. They'll protect us. So this process is we will bring Delarium into the building, the bank building, and deposit them or mail them by using the government mailing process using United States Post Office return receipt mail. And we know what that process looks like. It hasn't changed. It's still the same process. And we use our stamps that we created, that we've been using for years now. The banking system records them instantly by copying them. And either the bank can copy them and hand them back to you on the spot if you choose to receive them back, because there's value there. They maintain their value no matter who has them. It's a credit either way. Once the bank copies them, and this is our suggestion as we move forward, we suggest that once the bank copies the Moorish sovereign Delarium, that you give the bank permission to not represent, that's not the right word, to use, to reissue. I'll say reissue because we're the original issue. We give the bank permission to reissue what we deposited. That way, if someone comes in for a loan or they want to know what the new money looks like, then the bank can show them by what we brought in that has a wet ink signature on it. Now, if we say to the bank or the banking system or the subject in the office of teller, if we choose not to have our Delarium reissued to the public, then they'll give it back to us. They'll make copies of it and then give it back to us. And when they give it back to us, we can hold it at home and then use it at other places, the grocery store, wherever else. But the copies that they make of it is an internal bank record. It's copies of Moorish sovereign delarium are not worth anything outside of the bank. And in the bank, it's just a record. Banking system is just a record. A copy of Moorish sovereign delarium is just a record. It's not worth anything because the signature has to be a wet ink signature for it to be worth anything at the stores, with the merchants, wherever. So the way the banking system will record them is copy them, and then only the originals with proper wet ink signatures can be circulated in the economy or deposited. So Moors, when you go into the bank, the only delarium that you can deposit must have a wet ink signature on them. Must have a wet ink signature on them. Can't be a copy or anything of that nature. And again, those wet ink signatures belong to the sovereigns only. And the bank, when the bank reissues Moorish sovereign delarium, they can reissue them to anyone, subjects or sovereigns. Either one. Islam, Empress.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we issuing an affidavit, immediate affidavit of deposit or anything with that? It's basically giving them instructions.
We've already put the instructions on the public record for that. If you go back and look at let's see which one of the videos. There was one that we did on the SWIFT system, the SWIFT banking system, and it shows how all of that goes in there. And the depository affidavit, that's a great idea, Empress. With each one, a depository affidavit. Let me just look and see if I put that in my notes.
And something small, just like a deposit sheet was in the former.
Yes, well, that's what we did that for, yes. We did restate a deposit slip. And we actually called the slip a deposit affidavit. In fact, let me just see if I can pull that up. I'm not sure if I can pull it up. I sure can. Let's see if we can get that coming up on the screen in just a moment. Yes, Empress Nabi, thank you for that. This is why it's so important for us to share the information and use all of our minds together. So each one of us will have some deposit slips that we craft and create. And each time we go in, we keep a record of that. And we could have the subjects in the office of teller to just we could have them initial it or stamp it or something to say that they received the deposit. And then we keep that. Or, Empress Nabi, that's so good. Remember we said that we can give it to them for deposit, and either they give it back to us or they reissue it through the banking system, through our banking system, right? If they give it back to us, that will serve as the deposit slip. But it's also going to be a good idea for us to just send, hand one down to them on the spot.
Maybe if we can have, like, remember carbon copy?
Yeah. Or we can just create one and just have them to initial it. Yeah. We do want to keep everything as simple as possible, but we also will to honor and to just make sure that the system is smooth, a smooth operating system.
Islam.
Islam.
So what if when we give the Moorish sovereign delarium gold receipt, and then we are going to bring a deposit affidavit, as you call it, which was formerly a slip.
It's a slip.
They copy them, and we decide to either take back the Moorish sovereign delarium or not, but the deposit slip we take back.
Yeah. On the screen, you should see a deposit slip. It's a special trust store deposit ticket affidavit.
Love it.
And it looks just like a deposit. It's a deposit slip, basically.
I had actually done one, but the language, the title is far superior. So yes, thank you.
So this is what we called it. And if you'll notice, it does have the numbering at the bottom and everything.
Islam, I have a question. So
Islam.
could this process be done to initiate an interface with the institution?
An interface, if you call them an institution, no. The answer is no. Because you're the institution.
Okay, so we're not using institution. So the brick building, the brick and mortar.
Yes, that's what this is. That's exactly what we're talking about, is going to the brick and mortar bank building. And I call it a bank building because we, the bank, own it. Going in to a teller, a subject in the office of teller, and making a deposit and having the computer record the deposit, having the subject in the office of teller record the deposit and give us proof of the deposit, and then we use our cards out at the territories to get things, to do things. That's gold backed. Islam? To get things that are Islam, Empress.
No, thank you. So yeah, Nate just asked me a question. That's all. The mic is open. Yeah.
Okay. Does this answer your question about the interfacing?
But yes. So yes. So we can go, because I've done process already with notifying the brick and mortar and the ones who are in the office subject to us already and such. However, things happened and I didn't get to finish the process. So I have to do still more mailings of notifications and such. However, this is the process that will essentially, therefore, solidify the transaction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And also, again, gold reserves are being held by the bank, which is us, for the banking buildings and structures to properly record things. Really, all they're doing is recording things, and the system is reissuing delarium so that the public can have some money to spend or vest, either way.
Yeah.
Because, initially they were saying, oh, we're going to go to a cashless economy. Well, the previous era was the cashless economy. That wasn't real cash. So now we're talking about real cash. But we're creating everything. Now, I'll tell you this, and I told you all this when I did this demonstration. I went to the subjects in the office of Navy Federal Bank at the bank building, and I deposited 10,000 dolarium into my account. I did that it was probably about 3 years ago. They didn't have a choice but to take the money. The subjects didn't have a choice but to take the money, because I just walked I had everything prepared before I went in, and I just placed it on the counter where when you first walk into a banking building, they have a reception desk there, so that if you want to see someone who is doing business as a loan officer, you can go in that direction. Or if you have some appointment for something, a loan or something, you stop there and let them know you're there and whatever. And all we did was just put the $10,000 and the documentation. We just sat it right there on the counter, and then we walked out because we had records of everything. Okay, so they couldn't refuse it. They had to take it. And then once I told this Congress about that demonstration, it became clear because the more research we did, when we do a demonstration, the ancestors will then, after we do the demonstration, they give us a whole lot of information about that demonstration. It was known that even if in the past, in the previous era, even if someone brought counterfeit money to a bank, the bank still had to, and this is in the previous era's enactment, the bank, those that were acting as the bank still had to count it, package it up, and send it along with the other fiat notes to the Federal Reserve and tell the Federal Reserve, quote unquote, the actors acting as Federal Reserve, tell them that this was counted as counterfeit money, even though all of it was counterfeit. They still had to add everything up and count it and send it. But see, our money wouldn't even go to the Federal Reserve because it's commodity money. It would go to the Treasury. The Federal Reserve was not necessary. The actors acting as Federal Reserve, that wasn't necessary. We didn't necessarily need that. We did that so that the subjects could have some semblance of freedom and things of that nature. Okay. So this is what a deposit affidavit looks like.
Islam. Is there
Islam, Empress. Yes, there is. Yes. On the back of it, thank you, Specialle. On the back of it, and here, I'll just turn this over so you can see. 1, 2, 3. Let me see if it, so you can read what's on here. That's upside down. It says here, all instruments are stated on the front of this affidavit. And I put that there, and then I would autograph it. And I also autographed right here where it says account authority, I autographed there as well. And then on the side it says, all items are received for deposit according to the Universal Commercial Codes and according to the law, to include 12 United States Code Section 342 deposits and 12 United States Code 411. So I did a little research and did a few things, and just it was a demonstration that we were just going to do it. Because when the ancestors inspire us to do it, to demonstrate something, we go ahead and just demonstrate it. Total instruments, 10. It was 10 $100,000 bills in Moorish sovereign dolarium. And to this day, the subjects in the Office of Navy Federal, they didn't bother to rebut it. They didn't bother to, do anything in terms of, there was nothing they could do.
Islam. I'm starting to process these things, Okay, so since we've nationalized corporations and made them our companies, and we've also taken and we've nationalized the EIN numbers that was previously doing business as a corporation, and we nationalized them and made them our companies. We didn't nationalize
Not the proper
companies?
language. If I may add some clarity to what you're saying, you're not wrong, Empress. You're not wrong. We didn't nationalize corpses and corporations. What we did was we leaned them out of business and stopped and terminated their commerce, and then created the new one.
Okay.
So you're not wrong, Empress. I just will to clarify what. So for those who are listening, clarify what's being
Okay.
said. Yeah.
Okay. So with the clarification as stated, so continuing on, what I'm seeing here, because those EINs that we've properly restated and taken and done away with the old and made them new, they have been, we can create accounts with, or the accounts, we do what we do with those things. So what I'm getting at is, so, because we were talking about using DeLorean in grocery stores, correct?
Yeah.
So, let's say we, because it is tied to a banking building, brick and mortar, we can make a deposit slip as such and deposit the resources at all of our nationalized, restated, properly liened and levied and so on businesses, and then deposit the resources so then we can go and just do our exchanges, and then we just keep the record.
So you do want to lien, levy, and bond any place that you're going to go to do that, whether it be the banking building or whether it be subjects in the office of merchants or subjects in the office of any commercial business, you know.
Yeah, I stated that. It's you do too. Yeah, I stated that. Yeah, I know you just clarifying for the people. I'm just
clarifying for those that are listening, because we have new people that are listening also.
Yes. So I'm just trying to process and fully comprehend this whole process from from A to Z. So and with all the possibilities that are infinite with this process, because no process is limited to one process of a sliver of a pie. It's the whole pie. And so once we think ourselves free, we can think and use all these processes to free ourselves.
Of course. Yes. And again, thank you, Empress, for that that clarification. We're trying to be as clear as possible, even for the new Moors that are coming, as clear as possible, because this Congress has been leading the way with regard to money and banking the whole time. So it's going to be important that we clarify for those who are listening, because there are many, 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 many listening, many more than we even know about. Or I won't say many more that we know about, but many more than is being reflected on the record are listening and paying attention. So, Empress Angel, thank you for that clarification. And yes, that is the process. And for those who had, active bank accounts in the previous era, quote unquote, this is the same process that was used then, except we create our affidavits, our special appearance affidavits, or our deposit affidavits. And they look just like checks. Islam, Empress Imani.
I have a question, and this is for clarity for myself, and of course probably others when I ask the question. As you stated, because some of us are still new and still trying to process those, steps, etc. So the lien, levy, and bond, is this also the way we nationalize a quote-unquote corporation? And hopefully the question is, clarity's sake, I'm thinking that that's what's happening, but it may not be. So is
Okay.
that right? So is it
Let me
national
give
funds?
a full explanation of that really quickly, and it won't take long to give a full, because you're asking the same question that Empress Angel was speaking about that prompted your question. You all were sounding the same with regard to your question and what she was saying that I was attempting to clarify.
Yes, Islam.
So let me clarify what's happening. So when we do a lien, this is what we are leaning. We're leaning a black, a colored. This is a black corporation right here.
Love it.
Okay, that's and you know we know our language. This is really this is what a black really is. For obvious reasons, it's called a black or a colored. Is a corpse that's trying to look like it's real. So on our liens, we lien this. And then this black corporation, that's why it's called black operations or black ops, okay? So for those who want to look up black ops, you're going to see things like CIA coming up and things of that nature. Those were corpses and corporations that don't have the authority to do any of that. They're not even the real CIA. We are. So Bank of America Corporation, that was not created by our documentation, that's who you lien. Then when you do a levy, you're going to levy the property that this corpse was pretending to claim. So a levy, an internal revenue levy by us, and you can spell it either way, levy or levy, it places the property in our custody. All this is done on paper first before we get to what we're doing now, okay? Levy places the property previously claimed by the dead corpses into our custody. And then we bond the property to the land and under our protection and authority. Okay? So lien this thing. And then when you lien this thing right here, all it does is decapitalize. It creates the decapitalized entity. So when you're levying, you're going to levy the property and the places that were previously illegally claimed by this corpse. You're going to levy it to this. Okay? This Bank for America, and actually when it first came out, it was this. This is what it was called initially, Bank America. And some of you may remember this from the early times when we first became familiar with Bank of America or Bank America. It started out as Bank America. So when you levy the property, you're taking the property and properly claiming it. Okay? This bank, even if you spelled it Bank of America, it's still not the same one because this is a corpse. So you've now created a new entity. However you choose to state it. Because this entity is born in your state and naturalized and nationalized in your state. our state, okay? This Bank for America is born on the land. Your levy and your bond and your lien is proof of that. And then you bond the property to the land and under our protection and authority. Islam nobility.
So when we put the corporate name on the levy, it goes just like you got it right there.
On the levy, you're levying this one right here.
Okay.
You're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying that this corpse didn't pay their bills, that they're bankrupt, and that the property is levied to this entity. And you're doing that because you are the internal revenue. All you're doing is revenuing the property to the right place. That's what our courts do. That's why we're the internal revenue. And the levies, at the top of the levies, we put internal revenue.
Right.
Because it's a tax lien on this thing right here. You lien this out of business and then create the new one. Islam?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. It was just I was trying to figure out, based on how the draft that we have, how it's written up, and where will the restated one go at? You know, where will we restate that at on the levy?
The restated one would actually go on the bond.
Got you. See, I was going to ask that next. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep.
So these are three different stages of one process of nationalizing the resources. So to Empress Angel, what Empress Angel was expanding on is exactly this process right here. Okay. Lien the dead fake black thing. Levy the property that this black thing was pretending to claim. You levy it, and then when you levy it into our custody, the bond bonds that property to the right entity, which is us. Yeah. So have we clarified that lien levy and bond process?
Islam.
Empress Cynthia and Empress Imani.
Islam. It seems to me, as further protection, along with the lien, levy, and bonds, we should also have the fiduciary document and the comptroller document as further insurance. And
yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes, and Empress, because we've put all of that on the public record, the protection is there. But for our purposes, we always print out the fiduciary document, sign and stamp and seal it, and send it with whatever we're sending out anyway. But it's on the public record, you know, and that's why we're stating what we're stating about. Don't go trying to change a whole bunch of stuff if you don't even know who you are in terms of, and this is not to you, Empress Cynthia, this is to those who haven't put the 40-something documents on the public record. You don't want to be trying to change stuff and you don't know who you are and what gives you the authority to change it. Empress Cynthia knows already these things. We're saying this for those who are listening, who may not know, that you need to look at the 40-something documents that are linked under this video at Light to Jury Base channel. If there's anyone at this Congress who does not have access to the 40-something documents, let us know and we'll put the link in the chat for you so that you can go back and look at it. That way you know why and how, because the credentialing is so important when it comes to the sovereigns and our erudition and our authority and our power to do so. Because as we put those documents on the public record, guess who else can see the documents? Our any enforcement that we have that is physical enforcement, and when I say physical enforcement, we're not talking about guns and militaries and all. We're not talking about that. We're talking about any subjects in the office of and any people who may see what we're doing. They can say, how is it that you're able to tell them to go get this and go take this and go do that? It's those 40-something documents. And knowing the lien, levy, and bond process. The lien, levy, and bond process, you know what it does? Everyone who thought that they were working, let's just use Bank for America or Bank America as an example. Everyone who thought that they were working for someone claiming to be the president of the entity right here, they soon find out that no, that's not who you work for. You were employed by them, and we know that a ploy is a plot or a plan. You were employed by them in your enactment as an actor, but now you work for the people. You are subject to the people by way of what you do and by way of your status of first and foremost, who you are first. But all you're doing is looking at the system and doing things that the system says do. So now, back to, and I thank you all for these types of sidebars, but it's not a sidebar, it's still on topic from our perspective. So now, once the banking system has recorded them, by instantly copying them into the record. And again, we stated that the copies are not worth anything outside of the banking system. They're not. We stated already that only originals with proper wet ink signatures can be circulated in the economy or deposited. The internal banking system records come from original dolarium and are for record-keeping purposes only and not for the market. The recorded credits are the balance in our account and on our cards. So our merchant cards, our bank cards, whatever we deposit into the bank, that amount is what's in the account and what's available on the card for our use. We can also write, we have to create them, and write treasury checks from the accounts. And those treasury checks, just like the $10 million check that I wrote that the system recognized and the $27,000 check, and we've shown you those. The system will treat our treasury checks from the accounts. They're treated the same as our dolarium, except that when the checks are taken in at the bank, because you could write a check to deposit into your bank account or write a check out in the economy. When the checks are deposited, the checks will be mailed back to the sovereign, just like they used to do back in the old days, and it's the sovereign who cancels the check and puts it into their records, saying this check is already, and the canceled checks do not recirculate in the economy. They do recirculate, just not into the economy. So you don't reuse a check over and over and over for initial point of sale actions. But we do keep our canceled checks, Moors, because we can bundle our canceled checks up. And that creates another resource, but we won't talk about that one right now. What we're talking about now is us interfacing with our banking structures and our banking system using more sovereign dolarium. Now that it's been revealed that banks hold gold in reserves, we're the bank that's holding the gold in reserves. and the banking structures are where we would go to make exchanges. So again, the internal banking system records come from original dolarium that we deposit and are for record-keeping purposes only and not for the market. The recorded credits are the balance in our account and on our cards. We can write treasury checks from the accounts that are treated the same as our dolarium, except that when the checks are mailed back to the originator, the sovereign cancels the check and keeps it as a record without recirculating it in the system. When the banking system records the Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipt deposit fixed rate notifications, then if the sovereign says do not reissue these out to anybody, then the Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts are mailed back to the depositor as a return vestment, or the depositor can allow the banking system to keep for reissue the sovereign's Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipt fixed rate notifications. The dolarium are then reissued to banking customers by loans or as cash for checks. So when people come in to get their checks cashed, they're going to get dolarium back. These return vestments are still gold receipts that are held by the depositor and can be recirculated commercially as vestments in the economy. So when people come in, whether they be subjects or Moors, they're going to get Moorish sovereign dolarium that has a wet ink signature on it that we said you can reissue these to the public. We have to do that because we're the bank. We have to. And so the economy, and we'll call them the economy, vendors, grocers, whoever it is in the economy, accepts the Moorish sovereign dolarium gold receipts, whether they've been through the bank and reissued by the bank or whether they come directly from us, as long as they have a wet ink signature on them. Then the vendors and grocers and all of them accept the vestments for their wares, for whatever it is that they have, whether it be food, clothing, whatever, domicile, whatever, they will accept them. And then the economy, whoever it is that accepted them. So if I have a real estate company and one of the Moors brings in, $500,000 for a small domicile that they want to give to their heir for their born day. That realty, the subjects in the office of realty company, they can deposit those dolarium into the bank as long, again, wet ink signature, they have to come from a sovereign. Deposit them into the bank, and then their account will go up by $500,000. And the bank then has more dolarium to give out to those who come in for loans, those who come in to do whatever. So the economy grows based on not just what we produce, but what we buy and sell. Okay. Now, whenever, because see, there's going to be some sleeping Moors, and they may not be fully awake yet, and I will tell you, they're already receiving the credits the way they should be receiving them. They're already receiving them, and I'll give you an example of that in just a moment. The banking system is already in our favor. It's already giving what it should be giving. It's already doing that. So when people come in for loans and borrowing at the bank, whatever it is that they borrow is not taxed. And that's always been the case. That's why those that were previously enacting being super wealthy, like Elon Musk and all of them, instead of them going to the bank and drawing money out to go get a house, quote unquote, in their enactment, they would just get a loan from the bank because a loan is not taxed. So they never paid taxes. Never paid taxes because they never used any of their own money. that way. They didn't go to the bank and say, hey, let me get $500,000 for a new pair of shoes or a house or whatever. They never did that. They would say, hey, Jamie Dimon, acting as president of J.P. Morgan Chase, I have $30 million in stock. Can I get a $30 million loan? That's how they did it. And there was no tax, there was no interference in that. There are no taxes on what is loaned or what is borrowed. There is also no death taxes because we do not die. We don't die. The Internal Revenue only issues payments and is not set up to accept payments due to the programming codes issued by the law several annuums ago. So several annuums ago, annuums being years, this Congress put on the public record the creditor codes for all accounts that all of our accounts, all.
Islam, is that the 99 numbers?
It is that, yes. It's actually document number 13 of the 40-something documents, and that's why those 40-something documents are so important. We issued the creditor codes. We did the research and the study. We looked at the Internal Revenue Manual, and then in ancient English, this is ancient English, and most of us can read this, but what we did was we went through the codes and we gave the system the codes by which our creditor accounts operate. And just like Justice Ogunwale pointed out, it is the 999 codes for creditor accounts. Some of those codes include Internal Revenue Service Exemption Sections 501, 508, 509, 527, and all others. Now, listen to me carefully about these codes. Whenever you hear something about a 501c3, that's what these codes are. Or you hear something about a 508, we didn't even know anything about 509s and 527s and all that other stuff. Those are all creditor codes that no one told us about. We had to actually do the study and learn them. And so when these codes since these codes have been added to our accounts have the ability to receive infinite resources in, and nothing can go out under the heading of Internal Revenue Service tax debt. It can't go out under that. The system won't even let it go out like that. Okay. Then there are some other codes: Master File Credit Code 6209, Section 8A, other filer codes, credit codes 131, 700, and 800. And again, it tells what they did, applying to all sovereign resource accounts. That's all of our accounts. So we're talking about everyone here, all the sovereigns, because the system is based on the sovereigns. All penalties, freezes, delays, holds, losses, negative offsets, deficiencies, delinquencies, negative defaults, costs, lien expenses, negative interest, and all of that is without standing. It is not standing.
The document's not showing.
It's not showing? What's
No.
showing on the screen? Let me see what's showing on the screen.
Previous screen.
It's just a file. Now it's showing.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Empress, so much for that, because it was my intention to show the document. This is document number 13 of the 40-something documents. And again, this document is the Internal Revenue Service. It's really Internal Revenue for us. Invocation for all sovereign creditor rights, credits, and benefits. And again, we put certain specific coding in here about who this is for, what it's for. And Justice Ogunwale brought up the 999999 piece. That is the number for this coding sequence. And again, Internal revenue service exemption codes 501, 508, 509, 527, and all others. And this is where 501c3s come from and all of that, where they get an exemption, or previously were getting an exemption and were not taxed and all of that. And the people who were a part of that got money back every time they issued documentation saying they gave something. So in the churches, quote unquote, from the previous era, at the end of the year, the churches were supposed to give each one who gave money a total of how much they gave so that they could get all of that back from the Internal Revenue Service or Revenue Service. Most of us didn't do anything. We didn't get any of that back. We didn't do it. We didn't file it. We weren't even filing taxes back then. We were just too ignorant to even do that in our sleep. Some were not too ignorant. Some did it. Ultimately, it was our job to write our own prosperity, and so that's what we've done with these laws. And again, there are other master file credit codes, 6209 section 8A, and there are some subcodes there, 131, 700, 800, and I believe 902, which is further down, 770, 6209 section 8A, 770 is another code. And so we just went through and put all the codes, 1099A and 1099 OID and all 1099 actions. We added that as part of our accounts. Okay. Did you know that accounts, in order to even accept that, have to be programmed to accept and to issue certain things? Debtor accounts were never designed or programmed to issue good things to all of those debtors. It was not. That's why we all stayed broke in that enactment. It was only designed to take, and every now and then put something in there that it could take back later. That's all it was for. And then sovereign de minimis fringe benefits. There is a 10,000 credits per occurrence and 10,000 per cellular device inclusive. And these are all benefits that, now that there is gold reserves on the banking system, because we stated that that's what's on the banking system, then we can use this benefit as well. Okay. De minimis fringe benefits is what this is called in the Internal Revenue booklet, in the manual. The manual tells how accounts should be coded so that certain things happen every time there's movement on that account. And because we're programming that part of our accounts, which we've already done, our accounts will do as they're supposed to do. This document, I believe it was created, let me just see when we created this document. We created this document in on April 28, or presented it, created it on April 28, 2023. It might even been before then that it was before then that we created, we modified it on this date. Let me just check the properties. It was initially created on November 9, 2021. I knew it was before 2023. And 2021 was when we were programming accounts and presenting the nationalized banking, and this Congress did all that work. We were creating, everything necessary for us, the creditors, to manifest our status as creditors. Okay, so now that is the basic, the overview of where we are, particularly starting on the 1st of July in 2 weeks, coming up in 2 weeks. It's not an overnight process, just like anything else. We would suggest, and we're going to do this too, we would suggest sending documentation by government mailing process first in order to let the system know ahead of time what it is you will to do and will to manifest. Okay? Send, lien, levy, and bond process, which most of us have already done this. And then tell the system what it is that you will to manifest. If it's an account, opening an account, so that you can have a bank card issued or something of that nature, then do that. Okay. Whatever it is that you will to issue, to have done. Now, let me say that when we started printing merchant cards a few years back, the majority of when we're talking to the bank and we're saying, hey, bank, I want to do this, this, and this, each one of us at our territories who are competent to know these processes will be assisting in teaching those in the banking structures how to manifest what we're talking about right now. That is why it was important to learn how to make the cards, learn how to issue things out, and so on and so forth. Because again, we are remembering all parts of the process so that we know from start to finish how to govern our vast estate. A to Z, as Empress Angel stated earlier.
Yes, Islam, and also the legacy affidavit that we had stated previously. That is also an affidavit that should be sent with the opening of the brick and mortar account. Correct?
If your spirit leads you to do so, by all means you must. Let me say this too.
I was just stating that for the people who haven't,
What document is it that you're speaking of?
The what is it called? The goodness, the affidavit for legacy accounts. Yes.
Yes, that's a good one also. And for those who don't have that documentation, make sure that you put the words legacy account in your documentation. If you don't have that document, but the document is more comprehensive. The legacy document is more comprehensive. That's why we suggest highly that everyone who wills to do sovereign banking and judicial banking and legal and lawful banking go back and study the videos, the congresses from previous, so that you can get the inspiration for all that we're stating.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
I have a question concerning the legacy account. I have been looking for the videos with the information. I can't seem to find them, so I said I'm going to ask you. But I make sure that I look first before I ask you. But being that I can't find them, right? What are the accompanying documents that you submit when you're opening the legacy account?
You will have to go back. So you have to have the 40 documents on the public record. That's a must, because you're going to be the one moving the money around in your accounts.
Yeah.
And then you'll have to go back and look at the video to see what that is. One of the documents was an affidavit it looks similar to an application to have the account opened, except it's an affidavit. That's why the video is so important. Okay.
I have that. The only thing that I was concerned about are the company documents that you submit with it to the bank when you're opening the account.
And then there is a master account application, you can look in the Treasury manual. You can look in the Treasury manual to see that it's like a, it's just something that states that the account is set up as a master account. But I will say this, even this document 13 will, if you send that with it, they will notice it, the system will accept that and set it up as a master account. That's what the codes are for.
Okay.
Number 13.
Okay.
But you do have to state that this is a master account. It's not just a common account. It's not just a regular depositor account. It's a master account because they work completely differently from any other inferior account.
Where do I state that?
You're going to do a cover affidavit. When you put all those documents together to open the account, you're going to do a cover affidavit. And at the top of that cover affidavit is going to be whatever banking system you're speaking to is going to be the logo of that banking system. So let me just say this. Whenever I speak to United Services Automobile Association, whenever I speak to that system, I speak to that system on United Services Automobile Association letterhead.
I do have that. I have that in place already.
That's a must.
I have restated the logos on the legacy account document that I'm opening with the bank. I did all that already.
Okay, you're good.
So, right. So the only thing I was concerned about is the company documents that I would submit it to the bank. I have already have the currency controller, the fiduciary, and the public trustee. Okay. I'm thinking if those three is sufficient, or do I need other ones in support of it to submit it to the bank?
Let me say this. The documentation is necessary, but Justice Anthony, twice already, I've heard the word submit come out of your mouth about what you're going to do when sending the document. We don't submit documents to anyone. We send them, we hand them down, we issue a verdict or a judgment. You know, we use command language. We don't submit documents to anyone because we're not in a submissive position.
Okay.
I'm going to be, and Justice Anthony, that's not a criticism, that's an observation, but we have to point it out so that as you start doing what you're doing, you know that the language means everything.
Yes.
Because if you approach the banking system that you designed in genuflect position, which means head down and bowed and submissive, the system won't recognize you. It will not, because that's not how we set it up. It's a creditor system. The codes are creditor codes. So only the creditors can approach that system and tell it what to do. That's how it knows the difference between us and those that are not us.
Okay.
And what comes out of our mouth is the command. It's major. Okay? And that's why we just listen to Moors, and we're going to be stopping everyone who fix it, clarify that language. It must be done because you are the commands, you're the gods, you're the lords of everything. And you can't be talking like commoners and subjects.
Right.
This is God or God erudition.
Confirm.
Okay. And I'm grateful that you understand that, Justice Anthony, and that you don't take that as criticism or anything. We can tell that you received it the right way, and we appreciate that. We just want to make that clear.
I am happy to learn. Yes.
Islam.
But I'm still interested in what documents.
You have all the documentation. You have the documentation from what you stated. You stated that you have the fiduciary document. You have the master
the currency
account
controller,
document. You got the currency controller document.
and the public trust deed.
And then you also have an application, or affidavit stating application to that system, that part of the system.
I was also thinking of adding the authority at earth law.
Whatever documentation your spirit says add,
Yes.
add it.
Okay.
See, the way that we've all been moving, our spirit is going to tell us if there's anything additional specifically for each one of us. But from the overall perspective, we'll all have the same foundational documents.
Right.
And then each one of us, our spirit will say, okay, for you add this one and this one. Because, see, the spirit can see down the road about what we're going to have to do.
Right.
Each one of us. So when we put all the same documents on the public record, but then each one of us adds a little something different here, a little other document, some other document, the quash document or whatever, that's because the spirit can see down the road for each one of us as we continue to manifest Islam. So whatever documents besides the basic ones, the foundational ones that we just spoke about that everyone's going to send, whatever your spirit says after that, you do that for you. And that's not for everybody else, that's for you.
Yes, Empress. Indeed. I'm grateful. Gratitude, Empress.
Islam, and gratitude back, nobility. Gratitude right back to you. Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about the process that we've just placed on the public record? The ancestors had us up typing this process out. Just showing us how to continue standing and being ourselves as we access our estate. Islam. Any other questions? Islam, Empress.
Forgive me, I'm not sure if I missed a part, but and if you were incomplete, I'm not exactly sure now because so much has been said. But you were about to, or you were stating something about once we get into the mortal bank, that there. I can't exactly, I'm not exactly sure how you stated it, but something about the card, the bank card, or the merchant card. Are they the ones, or we have the choice, rather, if we were going to actually make our own card, or we would issue the documents that we need to issue, and they would issue the card? I wasn't exactly sure. You were saying something, and I don't know if I actually got it all. That's all. Islam.
So what the ancestors, thank you, Empress, for that. So what the ancestors have shown us is that here's what we see for that process, is that the merchant cards that we've already created, we'll probably be issuing something different from that. And it's going to be in capitis diminutio minima. Because the merchant cards that we created had all capital letter names on them. So that has to be redone. So what I'm thinking is that that the banking system, because the banking system is the trustee, we tell it what to do. We can have the banking system issue the cards, and when we come in for once we send the documentation or bring the documentation in, those cards can be made on the spot because we were making them on the spot here. Those cards can be made that day on the spot and programmed right there at the bank with the proper account number, with the amount that's in there, the connection to the system, and all of that. And that way the banking system can issue those cards, but really you're issuing it to yourself using the banking system to do it. That's really how this works. Okay. So we've already put the coding and everything on the public record. All we have to do now is command the system to issue the card. And there will be either a subject in the office of teller to do that, or maybe, or most likely, we'll have a dedicated office for sovereigns to go in initially, maybe. We're just watching to see how the system manifests what we state. Most likely the banking system will issue the card to us once we get the paperwork. There we just say, this is also a command to issue a merchant card that is directly connected to the master account.
Islam, I affirm, because the banking system that I'm linked to now, that's how it's done. They issue the card right there. You can choose, you know, you have that option to choose, you know, the create, the creative side of it, you know, what you want on the card, all of that, and they can do it right there and actually activate it right there. And then they test it, which is go over there to, you know, what they call the ATM. And because, you know, you have this code, see if that code works, because we want to make sure it works before you walk out the door. So, yes, that's, you know, how they had it set up. So Islam should be the same process.
It is the same process, and the difference being is that we now know that we're the ones who are issuing the cards to ourselves.
Islam.
Yeah.
Islam.
Islam justice.
Empress, in bonding, I've been running into in the levy situation where I can't find the EIN number to the company, but through the state, I have been able to find the ID number to the company. Can I use the ID number on the bond?
Can you?
If that's all I got, I think I can.
That's all you need.
It's not.
However the Spirit presents the information, use that information, because it's going to properly identify. Okay. And then restate those numbers and put them in blue for the bond.
Right. Islam.
That's some great research right there, nobility. And it's not the state that has it, it's the subjects in the Office of State.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, Islam. We just want you to know we listen to you, that we're good listeners.
And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, Islam.
Empress?
Islam, Empress.
Do you have a few moments after Congress tonight or no?
Oh, no, Of course I do.
Okay. We'd like to have a brief conversation with you.
Sure, Islam. Of course, Empress.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything further from this amazing Congress?
Islam, Memphis. This is Chief Justice Mosley Bay, hailing from the Illinois Territory.
Islam, nobility.
I wanted to ask you, have you received an email from me?
I may have. I will state that I am behind in looking at emails.
Okay, well, when you get a chance, if you can, just, you know, no rushing thing. I just, you know, I sent you a report on the banking demonstration. We actually didn't even give a vote for it, but I informed you on the cause of action that was taken at the round table. So I just wanted to just to make sure that you had got that report from me.
Okay, if you would, and if you don't mind saving us all some time, if you could just give us a brief statement right now about what's in the email, that will help us.
Okay, yes. After the demonstration was had,
what was the demonstration, and then what happened?
The demonstration with Johnny banking, with the demonstration with the brick and mortar building.
What happened? Did he go into the brick and mortar, or did he mail something?
Well, actually, the demonstration that Johnny did was just spoke on. He had ideas that he spoke about. Nothing was demonstrated. He wasn't rooted in law. One of the Chief Justice, Rahman Bey, spoke up and asked Johnny a question. Johnny replied and said that he didn't know that he had to speak on law. And at that point in time, Rahman informed him that we stood on law and that everything must be rooted in law. And he was a little bit passionate about. He spoke. I know he might have had certain people that was on, certain Congress members on, maybe feeling a certain way because he reminded them that we initially all agreed to demonstrate with the DeLorean, and that we all agreed that later on, once we introduced everyone to DeLorean and got them on the same page, then we would implement different fashions of it. But for the most part, when we decided to take a vote, a couple of the empresses, and I agreed with them, that there was no need to even give it a vote because the demonstration was not finished. It was an unfinished product, and it wasn't rooted in law. So at that point in time, I informed Johnny that I would send you a copy of the video and explain what happened at the Congress, or, he could reach out to you, or he can pick someone that was in the Congress that would do it as well. And he agreed for me to do it, so I told him that I would. Okay. And that's what I was responding to you about the email that I sent.
Okay. I'll say this about it, not having read the email and not being privy to the resentment that Justice Johnny did. Let me make this statement so that we are all on the same page regarding the energy by which demonstrations are done and about things being either rooted in law or not rooted in law. What Justice Johnny presented, let me ask you, Justice Mosey Bay, in his demonstration, at any time did he claim to be Negro, Black, Colored, African American, or U.S. citizen? In his presentment, at any time did he state that that's who he was in that presentment?
He didn't personally state him being that, but he made references at times, yes.
Made reference to what?
Black, statement, black.
Okay. So my question is, you said he made reference to black, but was that a qualification to do whatever the demonstration was? Was that a part of the qualification? Is that you had to be Negro, Black, Colored, or U.S. citizen?
No, that wasn't a qualification. He just was referring to I guess you could say he was referring to the I'm assuming he was speaking to about the nationals being black folks.
Okay. So let me say this about processes. When Moors bring processes to the table, we do will that the language be sovereign, proper language. But we have to also keep in mind that not everybody is at the same place on the timeline. And as long as intentionally that the intent is to remain sovereign and to remain peaceful and to be ourselves, then we have to give one another grace where intent is concerned, where intention is concerned. Because ultimately, whatever process he brought to the table, he brought it to a Moorish Congress, not a Negro, black-colored Negro League, or anything like that. He brought the process to the sovereigns. And the reason he did that was because he knows and we know that we're not Negro, black-colored, and African-American. He didn't bring it saying this is the same process that the NAACP uses. He didn't bring it saying this is what the black leaders of America use. He brought it with the sincere intention that the Moors come together and demonstrate the process. But whenever processes are brought to the Congress, whoever brings the process to the Congress should be planning on demonstrating it or have already demonstrated it. Okay? That's why this Congress is so powerful, because when we're introducing, like what we're doing now, we're saying we inform the people, and then we introduce the cure. As we're being the cure, we're doing not just introducing processes and saying, okay, this is how it should be done. No, we're actually out there doing it. So I think that Justice Johnny should be given, because I don't know what happened that Thursday, but anyone who brings a process to the Congress should give them some grace. And it's based on law. Even though I didn't hear what he presented, I know it's based in law, because the qualification, according to you, Justice Mosley, the qualification is not that you have to be Negro, black, colored, African American, or U.S. citizen in order to do the process. He brought it to a Moorish council. So for those who, even when a process is brought, and this is what we state for all of our processes, if your spirit says don't do it, then don't do it. We won't be mad at you. But that cannot, just because someone says, I don't think that's rooted in law. Well, it's not rooted in law for you. And you may not be the one who's going to do it the right way. But if the intention is to remain sovereign and to continue being ourselves, and it doesn't say you have to be Negro, black, colored, African American, U.S. citizen, blah, 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 because see, that's not part of any of our processes. Then you have to let the spirit lead you on whether you're going to do it or not. You don't have to knock the process out the box, but the language does have to be correct. So, Justice Mosley, I know I'm appreciative that you are leading the charge there. I appreciate that you have that portion of Congress going, and it is my hope that you and the round table continue doing that, continue putting ideas and processes there in place as the Spirit leads each and every one of you. And I'm hoping that Justice Johnny did not take any of the opposition to his not opposition, but any of the feedback for his idea. I'm hoping that he was not so overwhelmed with that he doesn't come back to the Congress and continue to hammer out the details of whatever it is he's feeling in his spirit. Because above all else, we must be able to communicate with each other, and we must be able to disagree agreeably. We don't all have to agree. Yay! We can disagree and still be unified. So I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but I hope, Chief Justice Mosey, that you continue doing that roundtable and that you all continue the study and implement and demonstrate what you produce and what you manifest. Islam.
I definitely, Islam. I greatly appreciate the Congress and you as well, and I definitely will. There shouldn't be no reason why Johnny should feel offended, because we all discussed it. We all came to the conclusion, came to the agreement. Mm-hmm. And when I said it wasn't rooted in law, basically...
you don't have to explain that.
Yeah.
Let your spirit lead you.
At the end of the day, I understand the round table is supposed to come together and build, and iron sharpen iron. And with that said, I'm grateful to host the round table, and I definitely will keep it going.
Thank you so much, Nobility. It's so important. It's so important. Because, see, we're learning and remembering even more than just banking in that round table. And I don't have to be there to know this. The ancestors are also teaching us how to communicate and honor the divinity in each other. We have to do that. We have to do that. Chief Justice Willie is another one. Chief Justice Willie Stevens, you better get back to this Congress. He may not always, I think he likes a little controversy every now and then, and we're okay with that too. But we still have to continue coming together. That's one thing that the ancestors brought to our attention this week, to start speaking to the parts in us where, yes, we know everybody is sovereign. There are a lot of sovereigns that are out there doing things on their own because they feel like they just can't go with others, because others either move too slow or they inject the wrong energy into what they're doing, and so on and so on and so on. We would implore you, because you can't tell sovereigns what to do, but we implore you to go within and let the Spirit lead you to this Congress so that you can bring the energy that you have to this Congress. You have the can-do and will-do energy. No one will ever stop that. No one will ever interrupt or change that. We had it too. So what we're doing is bringing our energies together, because that makes us that much more powerful exponentially. It's not even an addition or multiplication, it's exponential power and authority coming together to manifest, continue to manifest the estate. So, many of us are strong-willed. It takes strong will to govern vast resources, trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of resources. It takes strong will to do that. That's why we each have the strong will that we have. We also must be wise enough to seek each other's counsel. That's what this Congress is for. To seek each other's counsel so that as we're going in, we have that many more eyes looking at the process and perfecting it with us. We've already perfected the processes. Just like when Empress Nabi brought up that maybe we should do a deposit slip or something of that nature, we already shown those things. This Congress has agreed on all of that. We just have to remember that, yep, she was right. So let's bring that up and not forget that part in the process. So we're being each other's eyes and ears and hands and feet and hearts while we're being our own sovereign selves together. That's important. Islam nobility.
I want to say gratitude to Chief Justice Mosey Bay for following up on the matter with Justice John. I, for one, is still awaiting, to see this matter resolved. It's important. And the reason why I said I feel it is important is because I remember when Noble John had first brought this to Congress, I had asked him if this is something that he came up with on his own, or was he inspired by the ancestors? And he said it was inspired by the ancestors. So with that, I want to see it, this thing fulfilled. So gratitude to Chief Justice Mosey for following up on it.
And gratitude to you for answering for making that statement about it being inspired by the Spirit. See, I can tell too, even in Justice Johnny's energy, that his intention is a good intention. He wants to be rid of the fiat piece.
Yes, and with that, Empress, one of the issues was that Johnny shouldn't be trying to change the sovereign delirium that this Congress had worked over the years to put in place. So I had asked him if he would be willing to bring forth what he wants to do, but instead of using his sovereign delirium, to use what Congress has already established. And he agreed to that, which I feel is good.
Well, see, we can support, and I'm not saying we wouldn't support anyone, but what I will say is that it is important as we implement systems that we honor the system we implemented first, and then we're going to be expanding our systems and changing it out and doing things along the way. But let's get the basic foundation in place first before we start changing all of this stuff.
Right, that's what I was saying.
There are new Moors that are coming in who haven't even seen the money yet. They need to see the money. That's why I know that as we continue to move together with what we have, with the tools we have, stay unified and stay together with these tools, the ancestors are going to continue to bless what we're doing.
Indeed,
it's easy for sovereigns to create something totally new over there on that side and in this corner and over there in the back and up there and down there. It's easy for sovereigns to create. We know that. The task and the job now, the duty and the responsibility now is come together and agree on things, implement and demonstrate those things, and then add to it. As
we go along.
Yes, as we go along. But let the Spirit lead you, and if the Spirit gives you some inspiration, write it down, and you can even test and implement it in your life. We do it all the time. There are some parts of the demonstrations and things that we do that we've not introduced to the Congress just yet, because we're still demonstrating them so that we can come back and say, we did this, this was the outcome. Congress, what do you think about implementing something like this?
Right.
And then those who will to implement it can. Those who don't, who want to keep it simple and keep it foundational and general and things of that nature, they can do that until they're ready to move and add things to it. But it's going to be best right where we are because of what's manifesting now. that we demonstrate according to what we've put on the record first together, because it's that same strategy that got us to where we are now, where the system is doing exactly as we command. When we all used, for example, the same letterhead, we all made our letterheads look the same, no matter where we were. Jamaica Territory, New York Territory, Florida, the United Kingdom with Justice Consul, and you know, all the other places that are presented here, Canaan land, and so on and so forth. We used the same letterhead, and it worked. That plan, that strategy, that process worked. So let's keep moving like that. And again, we're not saying don't be inspired to do different creative things. In fact, we're saying the opposite of that. But let's keep the main thing for now. Just for now. As we're manifesting where we are right now. Just for now.
Indeed. Thank you. Gratitude, Empress.
Islam nobility. Thank you so much for bringing all of that up, because it's all important. Every bit of, yes. Indeed. We would never stifle the creativity of sovereigns, because we can't. Sovereigns can do whatever, but we can do whatever we will. So now we have to make it a choice to work together and unify. Now it's a choice. No one's saying you have to, but will you? That's important, because our strength is in our numbers. Even though we could all each do it by ourselves. When we test by ourselves, and this is for everyone. When we test, we usually test by ourselves. But then the money system, that's a unified test, believe it or not. Individually, we'll be tested with the money system, but together we will be too. Or we have been, let me put it that way. They just want us to know, are y'all going to all say the same thing? Or is everybody going to still be trying to be all separated and out there, and everybody trying to, you know. And that all of that out there is fine. But when you're talking about systems and governing the whole earth, there has to be, the head has to come together. The head can't be, and the head is all of us. We have to speak with one voice. We have to, all of us, together. Islam, Empress.
Islam, Empress. I'm just looking at some delirium in front of me right now, and I'm trying to see. Well, I'm looking for the capitalization on it, and I don't see it. So this is just one. This is 100 million, and so I want you to tell me where that is on. I haven't pulled out any other ones, but this one is right in front of me, and so I'm just wondering where that is, where I should.
Well, let me look then, because we may not. Let me see. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Let's just take the 1 million delirium and look at it. Everything is in capitis diminutio nolo, isn't it, Empress Shasha?
Yes, from what I'm seeing.
So that means we have to add the first letter capitalized to the thing.
Oh.
So this was. I'm so glad you pointed that out, because I thought at first I thought it was in all capital letters, but the ancestors have been saying, look at it again. Because it's going to be issued to the public, it has to be in capitis diminutio minima, which means the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letter. But see, because it's in capitis diminutio nolo, we've been doing all the right things among each other, because that's where it had to start first, was among each of us.
Right. Okay.
So we're doing all the right things and really kind of almost not even realizing we're doing all the right things. But that's because our energy is pure, you know.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So then also, and then also where we have the AA 99999, that would be, those A's would be capitalized also. Or would those lowercase?
Let me just look.
Yeah, so right there.
Okay, you're referring to this number, this AA 99999. That is going to be serial numbers based on the territory that each one of us is at. So it will be the opposite of what the quote-unquote Federal Reserve had on theirs. It's the opposite of that. The Federal Reserve actors enacted the first Federal Reserve being it started with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 12, I think it was. And 12 ended up on the West Coast. Those were the regions for the actors acting as Federal Reserve. And they would assign serial numbers the first number would always be the region that they're at, so that you would know where that money came from.
Right.
For each one of us, it's going to be the same, except it's flipped. The first region starts here on the West Coast and goes to the East Coast, and the East Coast will be 12 or 13, the farthest up over to the East Coast. And that also goes for the islands as well. The islands and I think the islands and the United Kingdom and the other nations are 13, will be 13.
Huh.
And their serial numbers, your serial numbers would start with the number 13.
The number 13, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be, how many? That's 9 digits still. So
it'll be.
And then excuse the dog. I know that there was a congressional where we discussed this. At least I remember that piece. So
yes.
Probably that I can go back and look at that to maybe break it down. So if the first digits were the first digits was the location, how do the other digits break down?
I think that the location is going to be the two digits. So 0, 1 is the first one. Right. Then I think that there should be a space and then 9 numbers.
Oh,
that's what I think.
Okay. And then
so that there's no confusion.
Okay. All right, wonderful.
And the sooner we go ahead and get that created. Can you get an example?
Islam, yes.
So 0, 1, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The first dolarium for public use that I create here, or the first serial number for each one of the dolariums. So, for example, if it's a $1 dolarium, then it'll be, let me see. If it's a $1 dolarium, it's going to start with this. But see, all of them start with this number. Each of the denominations start with this number. 0, 1, 0, 0, whatever the 9 digits is after that. And then it will go 0, 1, space 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 for the next one. So the serial numbers, will be like that on all the first iteration. So the first $1 bill, the first $5 bill, the first $10 bill, the first $50 bill, all of the first ones, this will be the serial number for them. For the second one, this will be the serial number. For the third one, this will be the serial number. And we will know that this came from here because it'll have 01 on it. And then, of course, it'll have other things, you know, our autograph and all of that on it as well, our wet ink signature. And then for Empress Shasha, you're on East Coast time, aren't you?
We're actually, no, we're Central, I believe, because we're an
Central.
hour behind. We don't do
daylight savings.
Daylight savings, so
okay.
It's always an hour behind.
So then you would pick one of the central locations, whatever that would be.
Let me clarify. We're really, because if we come up as Eastern Standard, but we don't do daylight savings. Does that make sense?
So it's up to you, Empress. Yeah. So it's up to you. It's up to you.
I think we'll stick with 13.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll stick with 13.
13. And then now,
the same.
So for Jamaica, you would have 2 letters before the 13. So yours would be ZA.
Okay, and those would, so the letters would be still in the lower, in the capitis diminutio nolo.
Yes. Yes. Because you know how on a Federal Reserve debt note they'll have a letter in a circle. It looks like a shield, and that letter tells you which one it came from.
Ah, yes.
So then yours would have it doesn't necessarily have to have the 2 letters in front. You could just have a shield on there with Jamaica, with the word Jamaica in it.
Okay.
Okay. Just somewhere that will let us know it comes from your territory.
Right. But the number is going to, well, no, because you said United
Because
Kingdom
13 is going to be 13 is going to be for all adjoining islands.
Yes.
Yeah, and other territories.
Yeah. And that when I think of astrological, the 13, but also when the land came up from the waters, the islands were the first to come up. So there's a spiritual connection in my own mind with this number, the number 13. Also, so we'll have a shield.
You know, Empress, and if there's anything that you're not clear on, just wait and let the Spirit reveal it, and we'll talk about it.
Oh yeah, I'm not in any hurry to do it, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was just speaking on the number. The number is absolutely, I'm happy with the number. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I will. I'm
because we have to prepare for, for merchant things and for banking to manifest. We have to prepare for that.
Yeah.
And we're at the point now where we're in reality, if we had this part already done, we'd be going into banking structures and grocery store structures within weeks.
No, I'm fine with moving at your pace, the Congress's pace. I was just looking and wanted that confirmation to understand where is this capitalization that you were speaking of. So,
and the ancestors are bringing the Roman numerals piece to our forefront. We're just going to let that marinate in our spirit, but they keep bringing forth the Roman numerals piece.
That piece is, ancient and ancestral, and goes back to the original
So what I'm seeing is that the denominations on the money be in Roman numerals, but then the rest of the numbers can be Arabic numbers like what we've been using. Because you all do know that these numbers on the screen are Arabic numbers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, Empress, but some of the ones that are listening, some of the newer ones that are listening may not know that these are Arabic numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0 are Arabic. So we've been speaking Arabic and using Roman lettering the whole time. Rome never left. The whole time. Rome never left. The Middle East never left. The Middle East never left.
I can't close my mic.
The Middle East never left. Rome never left. We've been using Roman lettering the whole time. M's, L's, D's, C's, X's, those are all Roman.
Yeah.
So ancient English is the same as that. Every other language came from us. Roman came from us. It came from English, ancient English, not modern English, not dead English. Those are adoptions and bastardizations of ancient English. And then the fake one over at the actress that was previously acting as queen spoke Old English or the Queen's English because she knew that English was the ancient language. That's why everybody on earth had to speak English if they were going to do commerce. Because English is actually not English, it's English, and it's ancient.
Yes, that is correct. Because England is not England either. It was Angland.
It was Angleland or Angel Land.
Angel Land, exactly.
The angels lived over there. The gods lived over here. And then the subjects lived in Europe, Europa. Not to say that gods didn't live over there too, because we were over there too. We were everywhere.
I was just going to say we're the original. We're the original Europa, Nefertiti,
yes.
Europa, Scotia, all of those. We're the yeah. Mm-hmm.
Empress Europa was a Moor.
She was some more. Yes, she was.
If there be nothing further at this moment from this Congress for this platform, Islam, Empress Cynthia.
Can we go over this next Congress? I'm totally confused about, how we should identify each Delorium. And I'm one of those. I have Delorium in the system already.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is,
mm-hmm.
it's numbered and it's on the public record. So
still valid, by the way.
No,
still valid.
Okay, all right. Okay,
no,
okay.
Still valid.
Okay, all right. Okay. So we're no longer using the AA, 1, 2, or the 9. Never mind. I'm totally confused with the number.
So, Empress Cynthia, let me say this.
Okay.
Don't worry about it because we're going to talk it through and manifest it and put it on the record. We're just putting it out there now.
Right.
We're just putting it out there now. We're at that, they say cross that bridge. When you get there, we're there at that bridge.
When you get there, we're there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Great.
So don't let it confuse you because we're going to talk it through and we're going to make the law about it and then we're going to implement it. Yeah.
Islam.
Yeah. Islam nobility.
Rahman Sharaki Bey, if I could just go over the piece that Johnny did, I don't know if they did a good job of recapping what my objection was to what he was trying to do, but he wanted to be like a central bank. He wanted to help out and get equipment so he can issue all the delarium to anybody that wanted it. He proposed that he would have the brick and mortar and everyone would help him get a printing machine. He would print out all the delarium and send it across country to everybody that wanted it, as well as the banking card or the merchant card. He had a few ideals that didn't align with what we had already agreed in Congress, which would have put everybody waiting on him to issue things at his will. And when I think Chief Justice Anthony asked him, well, can we try to use your system with our delarium we already have? And he said that no, he wouldn't abandon his delarium because the ancestors told him that.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to be negative, but if he's the only one issuing out delarium and everybody's waiting on him to send them delarium, that doesn't work for people. That doesn't what we agreed to as Congress. And I asked everybody, how can they abandon what we had already agreed to as Congress all the time to take on a new system that has us all at one person issuing out as he sees fit? That was one of the main objections I had to the whole thing. And when like I said, when Chief Justice Anthony asked him, well, can we implement your system with our already delarium we already have, since we have so many other people that's already on this delarium, he, got very upset and said, no, he's not going to abandon his delarium because the ancestors gave it to him. So, like I know that's what I said. When you hear the thing, that's why Chief Mosey sent it to you. When you will hear that how he was very reluctant to have any input of no one else, that he wanted to be basically a central bank. He wanted to make the delarium for us to chip in and help him get a machine for him to make all the delarium and issue it out to everybody everywhere as he seems fit. I mean, it was a really ridiculous ideal. I mean, truly. Mosey Bay online, Chief Justice Anthony online, they was here, and many of the emperors online. Many people was trying to support his ideal and wanted to help, and I even asked everybody. I mean, y'all are abandoning what we already set forth in Congress and the years of putting things forward to an ideal of a person who's got a prototype, who has not even used it one time, don't even have a proper understanding of how this would go to even be able to distribute the delarium all over the country and nationwide, worldwide, since we have people in other lands that's even using the delarium. I mean, it was a very unthought out ideal, to say the least. I just wanted to state that.
Thank you, Justice Al-Rahman. I just so appreciate what you brought forth just now because, again, we were not there. But I will say this about what you just stated. I'm grateful that we didn't have to be there in order for you to speak your truth, because that's the same thing we would have said if we had heard what you just said about that process, about the process. And again, we're grateful for Justice Johnny bringing forth what he brought forth. But I will say this: sometimes Moors will be so hasty to implement something because they see the door open, they want to run through the door. But you can't implement an anti-fiat system when you're going to owe some rent every month in fiat. You gotta get that taken care of first. In other words, I can't go out there and buy a Bank of America building with fiat and then say, okay, I'm not accepting fiat, I'm not doing any of that here, without the proper processes being in place. You see what I'm saying? So all the things that you stated, even, we would have said the same thing if we had heard if we had heard someone say what you just said. And again, I wasn't there, so I don't know what was said. And I'm just grateful that we're all still speaking with one voice. In his enthusiasm, Justice Johnny wanted remedy right away. But true and long-lasting remedy is not an overnight McDonald's remedy. And I'm not saying his remedy was that. What I am saying is that we're not, like you stated, we're not going to abandon what we're doing just because somebody says, hey, I got $500,000 and a bank building right here. And we find out that, oh, it's in fiat, and he still owes taxes on the building in fiat, and the documentation hasn't been done. Okay, we're not doing that. We're just not going to do it. We're going to take the time to do the process correctly. Because, see, what people don't realize is, and you all get this, but what some don't realize, especially newer ones coming in, is that what we're doing is going to last forever. We're not doing something that actors acting as if they're capitalists can come and just take over with a few capital letters. Because, see, if you use their military script to do something, then they have a claim. That's why military script, known as U.S. Federal Reserve debt notes, has bond numbers in black ink and capital letters on it. That's a claim number. You see. So I'm grateful, and the ancestors specifically said, don't attend the meeting, just see if they know what truth they've known that's been revealed to them. And Justice Al-Rahman, you just proved that y'all know that even with good intentions, because we know Justice Johnny has good intentions, even with good intentions, we still have to be principled at law. Because somebody can offer a shortcut in a heartbeat, and that shortcut will not be a shortcut for this nation. We already know we all have the authority to print money, those who know they have the authority to do so, because they put their authority on the public record. We know that. Justice Johnny, if that was in fact what he was inferring, I know his energy and his intention was probably good energy, but we've had Moors who even actually went ahead and tried to do that. They didn't tell us they did it until like months later. They literally set up a delarium thing and they start issuing out delarium to people, but they had to stop doing it because the first thing they said was, well, we think we should be getting something to pay for this paper that we're getting. That's what they said. And I thought to myself, well, first of all, I didn't know y'all was running a delarium factory over there. That's number one. But number two is, no, you cannot take up a collection for paper in fiat to print delarium. You're not going to start a treasury like that. That's not how this works. Not how it works. We don't even need that to happen. But they don't see that yet. They don't see it yet. It's the change has already happened. We can do all of that already without taking up a collection from the Moors for paper, for fiat. Starting a treasury, a supply treasury. No, not in fiat. No, not in debt notes. Not going to happen. It wouldn't work anyway because it would be against the law. And if you all will notice, everyone who has tried to start something with a bunch of fiat and say, hey, Moorish Nation, I know we can come up with enough to, and they had good intentions. We want to help so-and-so. And they expected to pick up a whole bunch of fiat. The whole nation is saying no. Nope. Not when we can use documents to do the same thing. Anybody that needs help can use documents to do the same thing.
Islam.
And if you've not learned how to use your documents to do it, should you be doing it? I'm just asking. And that's for anybody. Yes, Justice Al-Rahman.
And my thought pattern was, if everybody's beholden to one person and waiting on him, that ain't how this go when you're a sovereign. Just like now, as we do in Congress, everybody has their level that they operate on, and they more than willing to operate as they see fit, willing or not willing. I just thought his whole thing was unthought of and was making, a central bank and him the center of things, and everybody was beholden to when he issued. He said, well, we're going to send out money all over the country. But what about we got our tentacles all over the world. We have Moors everywhere using the same template,
But he probably didn't know that we have Moors everywhere that are printing Delarium. That means we have Delarium everywhere. China, Indonesia, Japan, everywhere. Africa, Australia. We even have it in Sweden, and I didn't even know any of us was in Sweden, but I should have known. So, and again, the focus is not even Justice Johnny. We know his intentions were good. And Justice Johnny saw an opportunity, and we never pass up a good opportunity, but see, our opportunities have to be competent ones also. They have to be competent ones. Right energy, but it has to be competent. We saw an opportunity to create our own financial system. We took it, knowing that the sovereigns are going to sovereign. They're going to do that. So we just set it up so that they could sovereign. Anything that you can demonstrate, do it. That's our statement on the record. If Justice Johnny can make that work, do it. Because the system is going to do what the system is designed to do. Our ancestors put this system in place, and like it or not, we're going to do it. Everything's going to be decently and in order. It's going to be done right, and every one of the sovereigns is going to be coming to the table with some valuable stuff and some valuable energy. Period. So we're not even offended or worried or anything by anything that sovereigns bring to the table. Because we could tell you today, whatever you feel inspired to do it. And let the system speak back to you and say, you can do that, but you can't do this. This is not how the system works, because the Congress hadn't put it on the record yet like that. And that's how the system is that's how all the processes are going to be tested through the system by what we put on the record, Congress. I'm seeing it even in our own everything that we do. The system is going to system. So that's why these things come up. We have to put the information, we have to agree on it, put the law on the public record, and then we can move. We can go. If he can make that work. But see, we already know what we put on the record about that. We can't stop just because somebody decided to go to the Bahamas for 2 weeks. It's a continuity of government strategy. That's what we've implemented. That's why everybody is governors, everybody's presidents, everybody's the head of the bank, everybody's chief justice, because the government must continue no matter what. Continuity of government, and it's also called a mothership strategy. The mothership strategy is where the mothership leaders pop up all over the place and you just can't get rid of them. We don't die, we multiply type of thing. That's what a mothership strategy is. It's leaders and governors and presidents everywhere. You walk into a room full of Moors and say who's in charge, everybody stand up. You ain't never getting rid of the head or the body, period. Like they did with the Prophet Noble Drew Ali thing enactment. one man transitions to the afterlife, or whatever you will to call it, and the movement just stopped for 100 years? Really? No continuity of government in that enactment? No, that's not how this works. And we're not mad at the prophet. We honor him. He came here and helped as much as he could. But this government is forever. It's forever.
Islam.
Always has been and always will be. Empress Shasha.
I was doing some study this week on banking and money and all of those things. And something I came upon, our instruments, our weapons. We're not at war, so I make that clear. But our instruments, that's our delirium, our affidavits, they're tools, which is another word for a weapon. You know, it depends on the mindset as to whether what the tool is. But, and so...
a weapon against confusion.
There you go. So when you, as you stated about, when everything was in the hands, when all weapons and all tools are in the hands of one sovereign, there's you cannot have continuity.
Well, what is everybody going to use for tools if it's in the hands of one?
Exactly. So that's, you know, it just made me, you know, brought that back to my mind, where that it was quite clear that an instrument is a weapon, is a tool for the use of one who is competent. Because that tool or that weapon can only be used effectively in the hands of one who is competent.
Yes, indeed. So, and the system will eradicate those who are not competent but are attempting to use the instruments and things. The system will show you where to go and what to do next, as long as you don't get your emotions so in place that you can't move further. For example, if someone disagrees and we get so mad that we say, we're not coming back to Congress, period, boom. Well, you're stuck now.
There you go. You're using your weapon incompetently upon yourself.
Yeah.
At that point. The fact is, our demonstrations are, as you state, eruditing us, because we're demonstrating to our system, and you won't know till you go, and
you actually will know when you prepare. You'll know ahead of time.
You will know when you prepare, but even in preparation, I mean, you can go with your demonstration, and there's something you missed in your preparation, or something
the system will let you know.
So then the system will inform you, erudite you, as you state.
Isn't that science?
That's science. Because science, conscious science, is science. Science, with science, with knowing, which is to know.
Yeah.
To know. So, and you can't know till you do. You can't, man doesn't know, but what you always, man does not know by being told. Am I correct? Or
yes, that's correct. Just Prophet Noble Ali stated that man knows not by being told. But when we make the laws, we do know, because this is what the law says.
We have to know to make the law, don't we? We have to prepare. So anyway.
And then we go about informing the people, and then we introduce the cure.
Right.
And that's what we're doing. The infrastructure's there already.
Everything's there. As you stated, the cure. I think about, I don't eat meat, but when you cure meat, it has longevity.
Yeah. And some great flavor.
And great flavor.
Yeah.
You actually in the curing of it, you're actually maintaining the life force in it. You're maintaining the, as you state, the flavor and the energy and the nourishment. So I just saw cure that way, right there.
In government contracting, there's a word called procurement. That just means that you have used the right process to gain something, to bring something into your inventory.
For cure.
Procurement is really to cure your mind before it comes.
Right.
Because pro and pre are the same word in Latin. And then cure and then ment means mind, mental mind.
Yeah.
So procurement is when you use the right process, that means you already know what it takes and you know what to expect and you know what you're going to do with it when it gets here.
Yeah.
And then when you present that procurement packet in contracting as a contracting officer, then it can be a $30 million tank, and here it comes.
And
it's coming.
Yep.
No matter what it is, it's going to come. It's coming. And you already know where it's going to be sitting and who has the authority to check it out, as in, sign the documents and pull it out of the inventory for their use and then put it back in. And all of that is a procurement process. Yeah. And that requires documentation. That's all procurement is.
That's what it is. That is what it is.
And never once did we use green notes to do any of that. And I'll tell you, having worked in management in prosthetics for the Veterans Administration enactment, we did millions upon millions upon millions of notes in procurement, in moving things back and forth, and not once did we use not one green note to do it. It was all done by documentation. And the prosthetics budget enactment was separate from the hospital. It was so big. It was separate from all the other administration enactments of the hospital, because we had to bring in hip replacement things, eye replacement things, wheelchairs, all of that. Any implants, surgical implants, and any of that. And some of those surgical implants were millions of dollars. Even the DARPA hand, and some of you may be familiar with DARPA, that enactment, where they created a hand that when you think a certain way, the hand will move and pull and pick up things according to your thoughts.
Yeah.
Whatever you intend for that hand to pick up. And it could even pick up a needle off the table. So the fine motor skills were just amazing in that enactment. That went through prosthetics. Prosthetic limbs, if someone lost a limb, then we would, all of that. And so we learned the procurement process. And all we're doing now, and that's why all of this makes sense to me, because all we're doing is procuring automobiles and domiciles and, whatever else we're procuring, flights and, travel and gas and food. We're procuring all of that on our estate and keeping an accurate accounting of all of it. That's all.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It just makes sense.
Yes, it does.
And we should be able to, we hold the purse strings and decide how things are going to be used. It's our estate.
Exactly.
And yes, we should have the best on the land. We should have the best of everything. Make no mistake about it. We do.
Yes, that's we're entitled.
Yes. So that has to be prepared for. That's not something that you just run up to somebody and say, hey, that's mine. No, it's a procurement process.
Yeah.
and then you prepare everything. That's all. That's all we've done. Is create and craft a procurement process through banking, through merchant actions, and through processes. That's it. You have to prepare for that kind of wealth. That's not something that you just accidentally walk up on. And the entitlement doesn't even manifest unless you put the system in place for it to manifest. You can be entitled to it and die poor and broke.
No, but
if you haven't put the system in place.
We have to actually be engaged in the processing, the building, the creating.
Yes.
Each one of us.
Not just engaged, fully like making it happen, making it manifest. Creating is the word I'm looking for.
Creating that I did state that. Yeah. Exactly. It can't happen any other way.
It can't happen any other way. Because how will we even understand and overstand our system if we don't create it? If it's somebody else's, they can hide a little detail in the fine writing.
And we're all familiar with that. So, yeah.
Yeah, this estate belongs to us. Make no mistake about that. And I'm talking about anybody. Don't make that mistake. It's ours.
It is ours.
Yeah. And we're willing. We're absolutely willing to do the work, and then and to manifest it, particularly to this point where we're at right now. So,
yes.
With that being stated, is there anything further from this amazing Congress?
Islam,
Empress.
I didn't get to say it earlier, but this is Empress Nabi, and I want to say honors to all of the fathers. I am a daddy's girl, and
me too.
Into the knowledge and knowing that he was preparing me for this the whole time. So honors.
Yes, we did do the worship and praise and raising the roof for the emperors at the beginning of the Congress. But I do will to send a little shout out to my patriarch, Donald James Ritchie, who I just absolutely, yes, I was a daddy's girl too growing up. I'm just so grateful because everything that he and my mother did prepared us for this time. And when I say us, I mean us, me and my ancestral energies within. They prepared us for this time. And so we're just so grateful and honored to have the opportunity to craft and create our own wealth that they left us. Because, see, remember, our parents, they actually gave us this inheritance and weren't aware of it when they were doing it, when they were birthing us. They weren't aware that they were making us the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. Who knew?
Islam. And I can say before his transition, and even now, speaking things to me, and I want to say honors to him especially, Master Chief Jim Isaac Simmons Bay III.
We raised the roof for him, Islam. We're so grateful that he did what he did to manifest you, Empress.
Gratitude.
We're so grateful.
Well, gratitude.
Yes, indeed. So at this time, we will adjourn. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Great grand peace and grand rising.
Islam, enough love and respect, Empress.
Islam, peace and grand rising. Grand rising. We love you, Empress. Islam.